All right, thank you for your patience, everyone. Really appreciate it, but we're ready to get started here for our City Council work session of June 28th, 2022. Calling to order, and notice to the public that the City Council may vote to go into executive session for legal advice on any of the agendized items. Ms. Salzberg.
Mayor Deasy.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember House.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember Salas. Councilmember Salas. Mayor, I see both Councilmember Aslan and Councilmember Salas on our online meeting. So just for your noting.
Thank you. And we have quorum regardless. I'm sure they're about to pop right on here, so we can move right ahead. Vice Mayor, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And Councilmember McCarthy, our mission statement, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you, and I'll take the land acknowledgement this evening. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place is home. That brings us down to agenda item 4, our public participation, general public participation. And we do have Cheryl Walgren, if you'd like to come chat.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. You will have to excuse my appearance today, but I have been cleaning out city drainage ditches today. I live at 615 West Cherry Avenue, and I have a city easement drainage running through my property, which I pay someone to clean twice a year to keep the water flowing. My issue is the house behind me is a rental and has not been occupied for a year. And that makes a problem because there's a lot of debris in their drainage ditch, which when we have a big rain event like we recently did, all of that gets jammed up into the street drainage and no water can flow, which backs up onto my property, threatening my property, and floods our entire street, threatening several other houses. I have spoken with Chris Palmer for the last 3 years asking to have this problem solved. He has, I believe, cited the people that own that property behind me, but to no avail. I have personally trespassed and pulled out 100 feet of hose, a wheelchair, a walker, branches, unbelievable stuff to allow the water to flow through there. Now, I have asked if it's possible for a regular maintenance program that I could be on that list so that these ditches could be cleaned out in May before we have the big rain events. I was told that there is no regular maintenance program for the city, which I was quite surprised to hear. We all do regular maintenance on our homes and cars, so surely the city must have some kind of regular maintenance. So I have been spending my own time, labor, effort, sweat, and money to clean out these ditches. Paul, you came to my door asking for me to vote for you again. Now I am asking you for help with this issue. And that's all I have to say. I appreciate your help and looking into this. I was told by Chris that I'm on the list to get this cleaning help, but he couldn't tell me if it would be this week, this month, this year. So I have cleaned it again myself. And as I say, I'm trespassing on this property. But it has to be done or the whole neighborhood suffers. So I would appreciate some help with this matter, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cheryl. And Sean, if you could get Cheryl's contact information so we can help address this issue, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. All right. And there is an individual online for general public participation.
Thank you, Mayor. We have Kayla Rigney online. Kayla, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm kind of speaking along the same lines. I've lived in Flagstaff since 1990 at the same address. My house is never flooded. I've never presented a flood claim. I've never even had an insurance claim. My house backs a drainage, and it's actually maintained to FEMA standards. In 2020, my insurance premium was $456 a year. In 2022, I decided that I was going to carry insurance again. I had to stop insurance during COVID just because prices went up. I wanted to carry it again this year. I downloaded the Fermet map from Coconino County's website. My address is pinned in Zone X, which is low risk, no risk. When I go to get flood insurance this year, for insurance purposes only, FEMA has put my house in high risk. I go to the city of Flag, I contact Ed Shank, wonderful, gave me a flood zone determination using FEMA's same information. I'm Zone X. I'm low risk to no risk. So I can't even get sandbags to protect my house. But the flood insurance that FEMA's decided I needed to pay, the lowest I can pay is $3,300 a year, and FEMA recommends $6,300 a year. It's gone from $456 up to $6,300 with no flooding, no changes. My house hasn't moved, the drainage hasn't moved, the Rio de Flag hasn't moved. And as the city uses FEMA's Fermet maps to determine that I am Zone X, and FEMA is determining that I am in high risk only for insurance purposes only, I really need help. And you have my email along with all of my proofs. And Kayla Rigney is my legal DBA. I can't use my birth name because I was stalked and I can't say my address out loud, but you have all that information. And the sad thing is that this issue affects 62 other units where I live. It's not just me with this insane raised insurance rate for no reason. If the city of Flag and FEMA say that I am Zone X for flood determination, for flood zone determination, that's what I should be for insurance purposes too. And I just want to thank you for listening to me. And if you need to contact me, it's all in the information.
Thank you,
in
ma'am.
my email.
Thank you. All right, and I do believe that was the last participant from online, just to confirm.
Yes, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Then we're down to agenda item 5, review of draft agenda for the July 5th, 2022 City Council meeting. Any concerns, council? Questions? McCarthy's good. Not seeing anything online. So with that, we can move right along. We are down to agenda item 6, our proclamation for Flagstaff Rotary 100th anniversary. Super awesome. So yeah, council, if we want to go up front and everyone want to come on up. I don't know why we have that barrier right there, but just gets in the way. And I understand we might have a sentence or two from everyone to speak today, so thank you all for being here. Now, the City of Flagstaff is grateful for the tremendous value of civic engagement by residents of the city. The City of Flagstaff supports the Rotary Club of Flagstaff for its long and lasting contributions to the betterment of our citizens. The City of Flagstaff acknowledges the Rotary Club of Flagstaff was chartered in 1921, marking 2021-22 as the club's momentous centennial Rotary year. The City of Flagstaff recognizes the countless hours spent in volunteering by thousands of local Rotarians to provide Flagstaff an impressive 100 consecutive years of community service. Therefore, I, Paul Deasy, Mayor of Flagstaff, Arizona, do hereby commend the Rotary Club of Flagstaff for their outstanding achievements and offer our heartfelt gratitude for its enduring and unwavering commitment to service above self for our community. Thank you all. And I don't know who wants to start. I'll start. All right. Oh, if you want to come right this way, might be a little easier.
So first off,
If you want to, here, let's get that for you so people online can hear you as well.
you got it, and thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor, council members, city manager and staff. My name is Eric Wolverton. I'm a past president of the Flagstaff Rotary Club. I've been in the club for 16 years, and each member here is going to just mention a momentous occasion for us, but it should also be recognized that every single month we have a minimum of one service project or more to help support the community of Flagstaff, and we're very proud to continue to do that with our membership, and we also look forward to adding to our membership. So hopefully some of these things will intrigue you to join our efforts. Way back on December 1st, 1921, a group of 22 of Flagstaff's business and community leaders chartered the Rotary Club of Flagstaff. Over the years, many of Flagstaff's movers and shakers were Rotarians, with prominent names such as Babbitt, Schweitzer, Knowles, Wilson, McCoy, Fronsky, and many, many more.
Hi, I'm Larry White, I'm a 20-year Rotarian, 19 of those years in New Hampshire and a year here in Flagstaff. And since 1921, the Rotary Club of Flagstaff has contributed time and/or money to over 100 local organizations and events, serving a very broad range of the community needs. And 2 pages of them are listed in the silver program that the council has. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kimberly Batty Herbert with Coconino Community College and a 15-year member of Rotary in a number of different places, including Flagstaff for 5 years now. The Rotary Club of Flagstaff has contributed much to our beloved Buffalo Park. In 1997, our club built the large picnic ramada, which we lovingly refer to as the Rotary Ramada. A few years later, we installed the pavers, extending the footprint for picnics and other events. And every time I go to the park, I see the Ramada being used by myriad locals and visitors. Then in 2008 and 09, the Rotary Club of Flagstaff invested over $100,000 and more than 1,000 volunteer hours in Buffalo Park. We made significant renovations to the entranceway, installed missing wooden gates, replenished the plant beds, installed 2 new benches made out of 100% recycled materials, and had a new park sign installed to match the original one. And we've patched and painted the big brown buffalo in the front several times.
Hello, I'm Dino Dolopson, a longtime hotelier in Flagstaff, Arizona. I've been a member of a Rotary Club for more than 16 years. In our project, more recently, the Rotary Club of Flagstaff contributed several hundred hours volunteering at the Francis Salt Pond, partnering with the City Parks Department We build the outdoor classroom, amphitheater, landscape it. We also clean up and renovated the indoor classroom in the old log cabin. Once a year, we do some weeding and clean up there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Meredith Potts, the Executive Director of FIRE, the Flagstaff International Relief Effort. Been a member of Rotary since 2011, first in Mongolia and then here in Flagstaff. The Rotary Club of Flagstaff has contributed over $211,000 to the Rotary Foundation for international projects in Mexico, Tanzania, Bangladesh, and Mongolia. We are also the current partner for Hepatitis-Free Mongolia Phase 1 and 2, a project spanning more than 7 years.
Hi, my name is Steve Silvantes. I've been a member of this Rotary Club for 1 year. Rotary cares about local young people. Throughout the years, the Rotary Club of Flagstaff has given numerous scholarships to local high schoolers and to Coconino Community College students. We often hosted a Student of the Month. Additionally, we have sponsored several international youth exchange. But Rotary also cares about local older people too. Over the years, the Rotary Club of Flagstaff has helped deliver meals to homebound seniors, packed food boxes, hung holiday lights, and assisted with home maintenance, including one time we even painted the wrong house.
I'm Paul Wagner. I've been a Rotarian for 11 years. The Rotary Club of easy for me to say, the Rotary Club of Flagstaff is currently the lead club on a $300,000 expansive project to provide clean water and sanitation on the Navajo Reservation. Within the next 2 years, almost 70 homes belonging to our fellow Americans living on the res will have running water and electricity inside their homes for the very first time.
I'm Chris. I'm the Executive Director at Theatricos Theater Company and a Rotarian for 21 years. The Rotary Club Flagstaff supports our local economy in lots of ways. Over the years, we've held our bi-weekly lunches, special events, and numerous socials and other activities at businesses around the city. And over all that time, we have definitely had an impact on the Flagstaff community. Also, the Rotary Club of Flagstaff has helped spawn 12 other clubs throughout northern Arizona. They come to us, they get sponsored, and we have spread the word of community service, not just throughout Flagstaff, but throughout all of northern Arizona.
Thank you all. I'm bringing up the rear so you can exhale shortly. My name is Tanya Watson. I'm the current president of the Rotary Club of Flagstaff for how many hours? Just a few more. A few more seconds, coming quickly. Our year runs July 1 through June 30th. So most recently, we created a large mural, 20 foot by 30 foot, just a couple blocks from here in the rear of Peace Surplus. We unveiled this just last month, and the mayor was there. Thank you for attending. It's titled Volunteerism, a Pathway to Peace, and it enshrines some of Rotary's core values, as well as some beloved aspects of Flagstaff that we all care about, like mountains, trees, wind, and wildflowers. And it commemorates our very special centennial year. This mural is in line with the city's Alley Activation Initiative and was partially funded with a grant from the city's Beautification and Public Art Commission, BPAC, you might have heard it by. Please walk by the mural, again, spitting distance from here when you get a chance, and I defy you not to crack a smile. It just can't be done. Now, also in our club's long past, we have often had city officials and staff members as club members. Some of the more recent ones were Stacy Button and Carl Eberhard, which I'm sure are familiar names to some of you. We would love to have that liaison again. It's always proven to be a win-win relationship. And lastly, as our visibility grows, we will continue to increase our membership and our reach. The Rotary Club of Flagstaff respectfully requests that the city leadership consider us a go-to organization whenever you need a vibrant, steadfast, civic-public partnership that produces real results, only some of which you've heard about today. Rotarians are people of action. Thank you for this opportunity today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And, can we get a quick picture with all of us here? You wanna- Let me come back this way. Cool, yeah. To know. Thank you, everyone. I'll just mention that Councilmember Salas online has said, happy 100th anniversary, Rotary Club of Flagstaff. Much gratitude for all the club's contributions to our beloved Flagstaff community. Thank you, Councilmember Salas. All right, with that, we are down to agenda item 7, our city manager report. City manager, takes away.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This report, and I'll just touch on a few tidbits here, but it will be followed by a monthly report from our IT division. And then we get to celebrate a few work anniversaries. So I'll start with the manager's report. We've been attending some ceremonies involving retirements with our Flagstaff Fire Department. Pat Stasky was last week, June 24th, right here at City Hall outside when the American flag was lowered and presented to him by his son, by the way. It was an amazing and very heartfelt ceremony. We are happy for Pat Stasky and his family on his well-deserved retirement. There are retirements this week also. Shannon and I attended one yesterday, and there's another one tomorrow. Look for those summaries in the next manager's report. We certainly want to call them out, but they're wonderful ceremonies and well-attended. And yeah, we're sorry to see our colleagues moving on to retirement, but we're happy for them. Very well-deserved retirements. On June 18th, we had yet another City Volunteers Day. Very successful, quite a turnout, both morning and afternoon. Mayor, thank you for your attendance. We knocked off a lot of projects that day in the Sunnyside neighborhood. And I understand there was another event last week. I was not able to attend, but I heard it was also successful. And then stay tuned, we'll be continuing with another volunteer day in early July as we endeavor to help those who need a little assistance with their sandbags, refreshing the sandbags, pardon me, and getting people ready for the monsoon season. Excuse me. I know it's been mentioned, but I'll mention it again. We had a wonderful Juneteenth event that spanned the weekend. I was able to attend on behalf of the city, along with our chief of staff, and along with Councilmember House, the Juneteenth Gala at the High Country Conference Room. It was wonderful. The evening was beautifully orchestrated, and as part of the Lived Black experience, The festivities and events included a dinner, a skit, numerous awards, cultural dress, which was fascinating, a lot of role-playing, and very meaningful narratives. This was a great event, and I want to take pause here and note there were some awards given out, and the city council was presented with an award. It looks like this, and it's the Wilson Riles Award for Exemplary Leadership in Advancing Diversity, Equity, Justice, and Empowerment. Very well deserved for the city council and your efforts to support the Live Black Experience project, the adoption of the strategic plan, and related. So way to go, council. You were well represented at that event and the recipient of this nice award, and I'll make sure you're able to see this. On to the fire department. I noted a few retirements. I will also mention that there's been a lot of training and shift crews completing the annual training, hose training, some photos in the report for your enjoyment. A lot of community educational events, so many, I'm not going to name them, but they're in the report. Thank you to our colleagues in the fire department for your involvement with the community in all of these outreach programs. I think I'll move on to human resources and risk management, noting, and this is actually, I think, a trend in the right direction. We are currently recruiting for 82 vacancies in the city organization. That number was a bit higher last time I made reference to it, so hopefully it is a trajectory that will continue. We do have some professional services now helping us with our recruitment. Stay tuned as things seem to be in play. Moving on to our police department, there's been some, of course, increased presence within our schools. Thank you to the officers who are helping out as much as you are able to with on-site presence in the schools, much appreciated. Officer John Castaneda received Officer of the Year from the Mothers Against Drunk Driving for his efforts. Thank you very much, Officer, for your duties. Also, we attended a ceremony at the police department where there were a few acknowledgements made and some badging ceremonies, which are always wonderful to attend. Congratulations to Deputy Chief Scott Mansfield on graduating from the FBI National Academy. We spoke to that last time. There's a nice picture of him in the report at his graduation ceremony. Lori Spencer received the 2021 Valerie Hernandez Memorial Award for Civilian of the Year. Congratulations, Lori. Officer Matt Schmidt was recognized as the 2021 Police Department Officer of the Year for his many, many contributions. Congratulations to Officer Schmidt. And Detective Jared Watasik, who also serves on our budget team, he was recognized by Michael Oliver, President of the Flagstaff Law Enforcement Association, for his efforts. Congratulations, Detective. I may have missed a few awards, but you have those pictures and awards listed in your report. Some nice updates from our pros department, which has partnered with sustainability and others toward the composting program. Great project, well underway. Park Supervisor Ralph Hearn coordinated a volunteer event to prepare the Citizens Cemetery for Memorial Day weekend, now past us. Thank you very much for your efforts. Some invasive weed eradication programs, and on to Public Works, and then I'll turn it over to CJ to give you an update with IT. The street striping crews, you know, in the report it says streets stripping crews. That is definitely a typo. The striping crews are out making improvements throughout the community. I have seen a lot of the good work, and it's beginning to be evident. Thank you so much for that work. And I think I will leave it at that. And CJ, can you give us an update with IT?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, CJ Perry, IT Director. Just going to go over a couple quick highlights from our monthly report. So I'll put this on the screen also so you guys can see a little bit of it. So as IT supports internal services, a lot of our monthly report is designed with that in mind. With that, one of the first things we have is a tech tip by Brandon Ross. This is just kind of a little tip that we like to give to employees on how to do their job a little bit more efficiently, a little better. So this is about how to turn emails into reminders so that you can kind of follow up on things that you may not be prepared to act on immediately, but you can set yourself up for a reminder a little bit in the future. So highly encourage you to look at that and see if that's something you can implement in your day-to-day. Also wanted to spotlight Paul Santana as our staff spotlight for the month. He's our Deputy IT Director, and Paul really just helps keep the day-to-day operations of IT running. Without Paul, I think we would all be in a world of hurt. You all know Paul, and you've all seen him, and I'm really grateful for his contributions to the team. Another thing real quick I kind of wanted to highlight, I'm just going to jump down to our help desk. Really proud of this team. We've seen an increase of tickets about 73%, yet we still maintain a customer satisfaction rating of 100% awesome satisfaction rating for the past 3 months. So they continue to do amazing work despite the increased workload. There's a lot of other accomplishments and other things in this that I'll let you guys look at your leisure. But thank you for the time.
Thank you, CJ.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, any questions on the report? Otherwise, we can celebrate some work anniversaries here.
Yeah, I am not seeing anything online, so yeah, let's proceed accordingly.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Shannon Anderson, Senior Deputy City Manager. We have for you today our June work anniversaries, and there's quite a few this month and next month, so we're pretty excited to share these with you. For our 5-year anniversaries, we've got Timothy in our water services. He's one of our multi-skilled workers. We also have Angelina So, one of our recreation leader ones, so working in pros. Victoria St. Clair, she's a building plans examiner, part of community development, and Adam, one of our IT administrators, part of CJ's team. Jeremiah Adams is one of our facility maintenance employees in Public Works. You've probably seen him around City Hall. He's probably your go-to guy, right? I see lots of heads nodding. Patrick St. Clair, one of our planning development managers and community development. And Dawn, who you may have spoken to, she's our payroll coordinator up in management services. Moving on to 15-year anniversaries, Amanda Tatter is a library specialist. And then to our 25 years plus. First is Earl Gutierrez. He's been with our organization for 26 years now. You'll see a theme here as we talk about our few employees that we have this month at 25 years plus. His dedication to the department and citizens shows his great attitude every day. His values shine through in his commitment to physical fitness, his love for his family, and his passion for hunting and fishing, which provides food for his family. Every year, the department holds an Adopt a Family Christmas toy drive, and Earl is a big part of that success. He finds families in needs, and he helps with the distribution of those Christmas gifts. He's a true blessing to the department and our City of Flagstaff team. So Todd, he is another Flagstaff Fire Department employee. He's been with us for 27 years this month. He's a captain, and he's also a member of the Special Operations team. He has served as the lead instructor for the engineer driving training and also sat on the panel for the compensation study, which you heard a lot about during our April budget retreat. As a result of his hard work and involvement, 3 of his peers were nominated and also won the City Manager Aspen Award for the communication they did throughout that process in 2021. When he's away from the department, he also enjoys hunting and has been a hunting guide for many of the individuals who are learning to hunt successfully. One of the quotes the team provided for us is, he's one of the department's thoughtful leaders. His engagement and leadership has contributed to the Flagstaff Fire Department team's success. So congrats to Todd. Ray, I know he was on with us earlier, but they got called out to an emergency, so he had to step off. You might have seen that in the chat. But Mr. Gonzo is celebrating 36 years. Congratulations to Ray. This is amazing. He and some of his peers here this week have been retiring, and we've been celebrating that as well. Ray's currently a captain, a hazmat technician, and a technical rescue technician, and he works at our Station 4. He has served as our photographer, capturing special moments like new recruit graduations, promotions, and retirement ceremonies. He spends time with his wife, kids, and grandkids, as you can usually find him at the lake this time of year. So he'll be retiring again the end of this month, and we're going to definitely miss Ray, as well as many as his peers. So that's what we have for you today. Thanks for giving us a moment to share with you some of our great members of Team Flagstaff. And we'll be back with you July 5th to celebrate July before you go on break.
Thank you, Shannon, and thank you to all of those who've been highlighted today. I mean, 36 years? That is just amazing, amazing level of dedication we have in so many of our employees, and thank you. All right, with that, we're ready to move along the agenda to agenda item number 8, which is our care unit update. Cool shirt.
Thank you. There it is. All right. Well, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, thank you for letting us be here. My name is Mike Feltz, a captain of the Flagstaff Fire Department who's overseeing the startup of the CARES unit. And
I'm Brian Guest, Director of Northern Arizona Crisis Services for Teros Health, so overseeing the mental health part of the CARE unit.
so we're here to give you guys an update on the success of our unit thus far. So we'll kind of go through the PowerPoint here. Just as a unit overview, just so everybody knows, it's staffed with a team that consists of both a Teros social worker and a Flagstaff Fire Department EMT who use both of their skill sets to provide an alternative means of care to assist with our community stabilization. We do this with the CARE unit so far in many ways. We provide care to our unsheltered population. We provide service to suicidal and mental health response. We've created an Omega call dispatch, which hits the lower acuity calls, which then makes our all-risk units more available for the higher acuity calls. We run off of a whole bunch of different parameters and statistical parameters that we really have seen working. So one of them here on the bottom where it says if we can provide a person's need, it'll decrease a 911 call for up to 72 hours. And we've really been seeing that with the unit thus far. Like a simple need as we're on scene and we can ask somebody, hey, what can we do for you? What do you need? And someone just states something as simple as a shower, and we can take them to the shelter for a shower. It stabilizes that person and gets them out of the 911 system up for 72 hours. So far we've been in operation since March 28th. Thus far, we've had about 346 dispatches. That does not include our public contacts. Throughout the day, we do approximately 10 to 20 public contacts along with the Omega dispatches that we're seeing here. So about 82% of our calls are for intoxicants or intoxicated individuals. About 3% we've done for suicides. 5% we've just connected to other resources. 8% has been upgrades to medicals. 2% has been about mental health calls. So what's really interesting is we've seen as the unit is working, about 84% of our calls have been first contact base, which means we're doing our jobs as we should. As we're approaching individuals within our community, we're really trying to figure out a solution to fulfill a need to help them out in any way that we can. With this, we can see here with this graph that 84% of our clients are a first contact basis, which means we're doing our job. Seeing the same person within the last 24 hours has been only 5%. Within the last week has been only 6%. And within the last month is only 5%. So we've been doing very, very well. The outcomes, once we've actually ran on the individuals, so about 38% of them, we've left them in the same location. That just kind of shows that we have the right resources that we need on our van. We can stabilize within the community, which is a way better positive outcome. And we just come up with a solution on seeing that we can fulfill a need. About 16% we have given rides or a warm handoff to the shelter. About 1% we've upgraded to a full Taros mobile team. We're very proud of our only 1% of escalation to law enforcement. A big part of the unit was to take the strain off of the police officers, and we're proving it here. 5% we've had voluntary psychiatric higher level of care. 2% we've been able to take for behavioral health services and drop-offs. About 20% we've had cancel calls, and about 17% we've escalated to a medical call. So it's a pretty low number, and that means that our Omega dispatch is working through dispatch. So kind of some points to take home. So we average around 4 to 8 Omega calls a day with multiple public contacts, usually around 10 to 20. We've been able to take a large strain off the all-risk units with alternative means of treatment with the goals of fulfilling a client's needs to lessen the chance of a 911 call. It can be as simple as just repositioning somebody so that they don't look like that they're having an emergency where 911 needs to be called. And again, the upgraded PD response is only 1%. So with this, with some of our missions, we just wanted to share some of the calls that we've experienced so far. So on the reducing exposure death, so during our public outreaches as we were driving around town, the care unit came across a man that was positioned very strangely between a wall and electrical box. They made contact with him and found that he was having a real emergency. He was altered, unconscious, had signs of respiratory distress. We were able to upgrade. The EMT stepped in, did his job very, very, very well. They upgraded a response, which we call a Delta response. So it bought a fire truck and an ambulance, lights and sirens. And they got him the level of care that he needed. The paramedics that were on scene stated if the care unit would not have found him as promptly, he probably would have perished in our community. We've been able to reduce the vehicle versus train, so we were able to assist the Flagstaff Police Department officers with a suicidal subject who was threatening by means of train. They were able to provide the mental health care for the subject and also appropriate resources for his mental health, freeing up the officers quickly. We also experienced this with an individual that we had at Denny's, where the care unit was with this person and it took 2.5 hours to fulfill her needs. We got her the care that she needed, and it also freed up the officers as well for the 2.5 hour period there. So we've been reducing the strain on EMS. One of those calls, we can do something as simple as there was a female in town. She was on crutches and she was moving very, very slowly. I mean, like one commercial business within an hour. That would typically be a 911 call. Someone would be very concerned for her. So the care unit was able to make an interaction with her. They figured out what her need was. Her need was to go to a storage facility because her backpack was stolen and the keys for her storage unit was in there and she was afraid she was going to lose everything. So the care unit simply gave her a ride to the storage, assisted her with her lock, and then brought her back, and she was good to go for the day. So we've been really working with, collaborating with the Flagstaff Shelter Services. We've been able to really increase our relationship with them. We've created what we call basically a warm handoff with them, where we're able to call. We tell them who we're coming with, what their needs are, and they've been working very, very well to fulfill those needs. So it can be something as simple as a shower, sleeping situations, clothing, and then long-term housing solutions. So the Flagstaff Shelter Services just purchased it's called the Crown now, right? So they just purchased the Crown, and we're able to actually call them and let them know that we have a person who we think fits the profile to be able to go into their program in the long-term housing, which they include wrap-up solutions there, so it's kind of that long-term care that we're looking for. So we've been working very closely with the Guidance Center. We've been creating check sheets to go into the Guidance Center to reduce 911 calls after. They've been working with the Flagstaff Shelter Services to come every Tuesday to see if there's any individuals in there that would want to get into a detox program. We've been handing out bus passes. The bus passes have really reduced our EMS calls. If our community can travel around through the city, it really does reduce the strain on our EMS system. The Flagstaff Family Food Bank has been providing sandwiches and drinks. The Salvation Army for clothing. So we had an individual that was in our community that we kept seeing multiple times on the EMS side. She had been drinking heavily within our community because of a family death, but was not inebriated enough that she needed EMS care, but she complained of foot pain. So it was 6 or 7 times that she was up at the hospital. So we noticed that she was wearing slippers. So while we were on scene, we were able to go to the Salvation Army. We got her a great pair of shoes. She went up to the hospital one time, came out with the new shoes, and we saw her one more time in the community, and then she was able to get back in line again. So we also created a great pamphlet that provides all of the city resources. So this PowerPoint's about a week old, but we've been really working on our reducing of officer involvement during suicidal calls. We've nailed that down with a better dispatch system. We also had an outreach with the Flagstaff Police Department to really make sure that they have an understanding of our services and how to use us, and a pretty good training with them. It's increased our calls greatly. Instead of the police department being the taxi service, we're able to take calls away from PD and free them up a lot faster in that side too. So we've continuing collaboration with other city identities. We just made really good friends with a community organization called Hope Lives, and they provide assistance to felons within the city. And we're actually able to use their resources with a client of ours. They were able to give them housing. They started them with a job, and it's been pretty great so far. We're also going to continue to track situational-based data to provide solutions to all the unique situations that we come along. So far, we've seen that it's been a very positive benefit to the community and has shown its success through visible community stabilization. And what I mean by that, if you look back at the statistics and you divide that out, it only shows that we run about 4 calls a day. And it's very hard to show statistically how it's working, but really what's happening is our community is disrupted for at least 2 days. So we run a bunch of Omega calls. We have 10 to 20 public contacts throughout the day, and we can really feel that our community is unstable. Then after those 2 days, after doing our jobs, the city goes silent for 3 to 5. We don't find anybody to make public contacts with. The Omega calls drop really low, and that's kind of how we're really judging our success with making sure that our community is stabilized. So, do you guys have any questions at this time?
This is awesome, let me just say. And thank you for your entire team in making this such a success so quickly. This was really difficult for you all to get off the ground so quickly. And I'm just really impressed also with our dispatch that we're able to filter these types of calls appropriately. Because I know I've been in the meetings giving examples of, where's the line go on this very gray area. But it's clear that this is working, and it's because of all of your hard work.
Thank you.
Council, do you have questions? Councilman McCarthy.
Yes, I agree. It's a very successful program, so thanks for the good work. My question is, if we see somebody that needs help, where do we call? Do we do 911?
Yes, sir. Yeah, so 911 is still the best option, and as it goes through, it'll go through basically a Rolodex card of, they're gonna come back and they're gonna ask you questions so that we can make sure and send the best resource. And the care unit is included in that, so it would just fall along that lower acuity call to where we can come out and provide service to them.
I think that's a good system because if there was some like alternate phone number people would have to use, they wouldn't know what it is. So
Right.
that's good planning. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman McCarthy. Councilmember House.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much. This is absolutely amazing. And I think I've stated in the past how important mental and behavioral health is to me personally. So to see the work that you're doing in the community and the difference that you're making in that area is absolutely phenomenal. I did have a question about the informational brochure or pamphlet that you said you had created with all of the community resources. How is that accessed, or where is that accessible from?
So actually, it was made by the city. They had a community resource packet that came out on an email, and it was an easy one for us to grab. So we have multiple copies of it within the unit itself. And when we can provide that service, then we'll hand the pamphlet out as we're on scene with the individual. So,
Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you. Wow, you guys, my congratulations to the entire Taros Health team, Flagstaff Police Department, and city leadership. I see some awards coming the way of many folks. I want to just take a moment from the perspective of someone who has been a first responder. I worked with Lifeline Ambulance for a long time as an EMT and did a lot of BLS and ALS calls. I know, my father's a firefighter, my brother's a firefighter. I know how stressed our first responders are day in, day out, dealing with calls that they don't feel are under their purview. They're not prepared to invest the time or the right solutions into dealing with these matters. Your, for lack of a better term, laundry list of successes in the short time that you've been operational. First responders and emergency care professionals all over the country, municipalities all over the nation should be taking note of the amazing difference that you guys are making. And I know that I trumpet this program. I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of you guys. I talk it up everywhere I go and to everyone I can, especially first responders and folks in the EMS industry. I hope everyone else is talking this up too. The word needs to get out as quickly as possible, as vigorously as possible. And this approach, this program needs to grow. It needs to get funding from all levels, and it just needs to become something that's a natural part of our emergency response ecosystem nationwide. And you guys are here on the ground level. Take good notes. There's a lot of people are going to wonder how this all got started, how it worked to begin with. Lots of opportunities to share this information. What you just shared with us is so unbelievably exciting, and you're being very understated about it. But I can't overstate it enough. This is really, really exciting stuff. Congratulations. You should feel proud. Thank you for being out there, and continue out there doing all this good work, and be safe. And thank you on behalf of the clientele that you have serviced up to this point for all that you do and the care that you bring to your task. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we really appreciate your support.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for making such a big difference in our community. Thank you to our partners, to previous councils, the current council, leadership. This is an amazing update. I am wondering, we've talked a lot about the success, and of course I want to focus on that, but what are some challenges that you might see coming down the pipe as we continue this program?
Thank you. So you might have noticed I've let Captain Phelps do most of the talking today, and that's because this could be his last time presenting about the care unit at the City Council. He's been in a temporary position as sort of the lead of this unit on the fire side. There isn't actually a permanent position for that, and so he'll be transitioning back out into the field. So there won't be a single sort of point of contact leader of the care unit on the Flagstaff fire side. So one thing that I think is worth considering is there being a permanent position on the fire side as a single point of contact leader, coordinator of the care unit. For Taros, we, I think, do a good job of overseeing the unit and the mental health side, but we don't have the credentials to have oversight for the EMTs, and so they'll still get oversight through the various captains and battalion chiefs and all of that, but to have a single point of contact in the fire department has been really invaluable as we've been building and refining the program. So.
Thank you, and I'm sad to hear that you're leaving the program. I, again, have heard nothing but wonderful things, and thank you for your service with that.
Yes, thank you. I go back on the fire engine tomorrow, so it'll be my first time back in a while.
Excellent. Well, I have a question. So we are, in these budget sessions, we've discussed expanding the program, getting more funding allocation towards it. And I know there's a lot of ideas of, hey, add a peer support specialist. Hey, maybe we should extend hours. I know it's kind of early on, but we are, already talking about and deciding on next fiscal year. In terms of an expansion, where do you see your needs, aside from having a single point of contact on fire, how would you like to see us be expanding this, i.e. the hours or another unit during those times so that we see the peak a couple days a week? Just want to get your thoughts.
Yeah, I think it's still early on, and I think as we get more data and are able to compare our data with 911 dispatch data, we'll get a clearer picture, but I think just anecdotally, there's definitely a need potentially for the unit to operate later into the day. So as of now, our one 10-hour unit works 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., and I think we see that there is potential need for hours beyond 7 p.m. So I think that would be definitely one place to start. And then the other thing that, as Captain Phelps presented with some of his numbers and this idea that we can kind of stabilize the community for a short period of time just with our brief interactions, there are times when a person might need more follow-up, and with the way we're staffed as a single first responder type unit, we don't really have the ability to kind of keep track of and follow up with some of the higher needs people that we see. So a position that could have that kind of role is also, I think, something that could be looked at for the future.
Excellent. I appreciate the input on that. Yeah. All right. With that, I'm not seeing anything else online. Thank you again. This is music to our ears. This is amazing. So thank you.
All right, thank you all.
All right, thank you. Have a good night.
All right, with that, it's 4:30. We'll keep pressing on to agenda item 9, our museum flooding and spruce wash updates. Mr. Beckett. and team. And just so everyone knows, after this, we will take a bit of a break before moving on to the pipeline fire flooding issue. So.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Council. I appreciate the time again to come to you and give you an update on where we are with museum, with all the things moving in this day and age. Museum is still a top priority for us, and we're still pushing forward on all the mitigation efforts to ensure that as many people are as protected as possible moving into this monsoon season, which has already started, and we'll hit that here in just a moment. As we go through today's agenda, we have a lot of new items on here. You all see that we have some educational pieces that are going to be in here today. We have our monsoon forecast from Brian Konowski with the Weather Service, and we also have our normal updates that we're going to have that we've previously given, and just to tell you where we are, how close we are on some of these projects as we move into our monsoon season. And we're a little bit early, so I'm hoping Brian is on with us. If not, I'll have to shoot him a quick text. But he'll give us our monsoon update. Let's see if he joins us here. Okay. Yeah, my apologies for that. So we'll get caught up here in just a second. But with that said, we can give you a quick update, and I'll hit on the agenda item real quick. Most importantly that you'll see on here is the emergency management overview. So what we're looking for today is to really, before you all go into your spring or your summer sessions here, we want to make sure that we give you a good update of expectations that we have and the questions that we might be coming to you with this summer if we were to see an event. And we want to talk about what the integration is of council, or we call the policy level decision makers, into the incident management team, and what that integration looks like moving forward. So that's going to be a really key piece. Our fire chief's going to lead that effort. He's truly an expert in this world and understanding how that process works and how that integration should happen, as well as Stacy Breckler-Nags, who's going to support that. So we're really looking forward to that piece of it today, and that will take a fair amount of time. And that'll come right after our monsoon update. However, if Brian's running a little bit late, we might jump ahead on the agenda, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Okay,
please.
And we'll do that. So we'll start with the emergency management updates, and we'll push forward, and we'll come back to our monsoon forecast for this season. Oh, there he is, just in time. Sorry, Brian, I apologize to do this to you, but I do thank you for jumping on quickly, and we have just got to that point in the agenda where we have your presentation up and ready.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, the National Weather Service, as most people know, our mission is to serve as the authoritative source of weather data, forecasts, and warnings for the protection of lives and property over northern Arizona. We have about 22 dedicated professionals out there in Belmont in our office. We're in the office. We have at least 2 or 3 meteorologists on staff 24/7. Always watching the weather, always seeing how we can help and how we can serve. We really do have a great history at the Weather Service in Flagstaff of working closely with the city and county in providing those critical forecasts, alerts, outlook to the community. Just the actions which occurred this past weekend were a great example of that. Let's go to the next slide, please. All right, the 2022 monsoon season began early, about 2 weeks early. So it's great to see the rainfall, but it comes with a price, and that was the flooding that we saw. So we're seeing a change with the rapidly diminishing fire risk that we're very thankful for, evolving into the traditional monsoon threats of daily storms, locally heavy rain is a threat, and flooding. What you see here in the picture is just the rainfall totals through yesterday. showing the, 1 to almost 2 inches in the northern part of the city. The rest of the city, about a ½ inch to an inch. This is well ahead of normal. In June, we average about 1 to 2/10 on average. So we're way ahead of normal with how the monsoon has started this year. Next slide, please. So where are we headed the next couple weeks? We're going to see that typical ebb and flow of the monsoon over the next month. The next couple days are going to be wetter. Tomorrow and Thursday, we should see widespread rain across the area, and of course, an enhanced threat of flood over the burn scars. We're going to roll into a drier period late in the weekend and into next week, and then it's going to turn around again as we see that it does. But overall, next slide, please. Where we're headed is that the monsoon as a whole is leaning toward an above normal monsoon if we take the July through September period. With this will be the enhanced threat of flooding with the typical monsoon storms that we see over our burn scars. And we look forward to working with the city, look forward to working with the county in alerting the public for any flood situations that do arise. Thank you. I believe that's my last slide.
Thank you. Council, do we have any questions at this time regarding monsoon season? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. So please proceed.
All right, thank you, Mayor, appreciate that. And thank you, Brian. Our partnership with the Weather Service has been not just a seasonal disaster one, but all seasons, if you will. Winter is vital for us, so huge thank you to the National Weather Service and everything you all do. With that, I will hand it over to, sorry about that, Brian. I'll hand it over to Chief Galliard to kick us off for the next piece.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just a bit of a rapid fire delivery on emergency management, particularly hopefully address questions and or concerns. What is the mayor and or council member's role in these types of emergencies? So hopefully we'll give you a little bit more information. I'll tell you that with respect to the emergency management function, your budget that you have adopted for next year has got some very important enhancements for emergency management at the city of Flagstaff. There is a grants administrator that in our world is also very, very tied to the recovery effort and emergency management, and we'll go over some of those concepts, but recovery is a big piece of that. How do we restore the community post-disaster to the new normal and the restoration of not only municipal services, but quality of life in that community? And so the addition of that position, and I'm really excited also under the leadership of Stacy BK, we will also be putting in the community's first full-time emergency manager. It is amazing news. It is I won't quantify it with a description, but it's time, and very excited about that capability coming to the city of Flagstaff. As we kind of take a quick look, just a reminder, emergency management for us, you know, these disasters, they start locally. They typically are an event, and it could be multi-jurisdictional. It could be a single jurisdictional incident, but for instance, the conversations we're having about flooding are clearly multi-jurisdictional. Unincorporated, incorporated areas, and so we have a sense of the need to come together, and we need a framework to do that within emergency management. We'll talk a little bit about that. But as you see, we've got local response, and then we have the ability to reach out in our region, the greater Flagstaff region. Examples of that, and you all have supported the creation of automatic aid agreements. Our Public Works Division has agreements with other governmental public works entities. I know that most of our departments have peer-like arrangements made with their counterparts in either other municipalities or county government and so forth. So that's the first place that aid comes. We also have a state response, and then we have the ability to request assistance from other states. And some of you have been on council, and you may have approved the EMAC compact that gave us the ability to share resources across state lines. And then certainly the federal response, and we've always, you've heard that in your interactions where you have approved a declaration of emergency. Many times those declarations are to address the lack of resources, but they are also to begin the process of accessing federal funds that can be used on a local level to begin the recovery. And so it's very integrated. It goes, it's very upwards. In our particular case, we go to the county, and our first stop is to request assistance and declare emergencies to the county, and it's by design a larger national system. Just a kind of a reminder, so much of this, I've been doing a little bit of this. When I became emergency manager, was probably in 1986, and we didn't call them then, we called them civil defense directors. And I had a whole closet full of pamphlets to teach you how to build a backyard bomb shelter. But that evolved to emergency management, certainly post 9/11. We saw Homeland Security and the role into that, and quite honestly, the beginning of a lot of interagency, interdisciplinary cooperation that prior to September 11, 2001 simply did not exist. And so we have a lot of improvements that have been made in that landscape, but the primary authority given to the city council and the mayor is clearly defined in state statute and then almost replicated word for word in city code. And it's been that same, roughly same language, and I'll say since at least 1986, because that's when I first read it. So that's where your authority comes from, that kind of defines the responsibilities. If we take a look at the elements of emergency management, this is a classic view of preparedness, response, mitigation, and recovery. And it's just really super important to know that you're in that business every day of the year. And so in the context of emergency response, you have a police department, a fire department, a care unit that goes out and tries to address these issues every day. With respect to the preparedness elements, you may have been involved in adopting a multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation program, I should say. And so you're in that business all the time. Sometimes it feels like in the time of a disaster that it's all new, and it can, because it can be rapidly unfolding. But I just wanted to show this example here that your team, your city, Team Flagstaff is involved in every aspect of this all the time, and this actually should be updated. Our pros division clearly a part of that effort as well. But I just wanted to kind of bring context to the continuum of emergency management. It is not just when there is water running through our streets or smoke in the air impacting us and giving us concerns about where that might go. So in the framework of how these emergencies are, how they are managed, I think one of the great things that came out, one of the findings of September 11, 2001 was there was no common national framework for incident management. And in the aftermath of that, we now have the National Incident Management System, NIMS, you may have heard it called. And so this system is the incident command system. It provides us with a common vocabulary, nomenclature, so that as we talk up to the county government, to other governments outside our region, we've got a common framework so that we have better communication about what our needs are, and or how can we help you meet your needs. Resources are typed, and the integrated incident command system, where we have a sense of how that's structured and what it's called and what those functions are standardized at every level of government, and are also standardized across not only private sector but governmental services as well. I'll show you a little bit about some of the components of that. When you take a look at the who does what slide here, what you're looking at is essentially the element of the command and control of an EOC. It is also the same structure that's used, and many of my colleagues that I'm here with today are a part of the incident management team for the city of Flagstaff that is prepared and continuing to prepare for flood events in the community. They will use the same structure. Fires in the forest and in the city, same structure. And so we just wanted to give you a sense of this is the uniform standardized structure. You can see that there is an incident commander. You can see that there's an operations section. I'll distinguish a little bit of that in emergency operations centers, and particularly how it interacts with councils in just a moment. But the planning section, that piece that brings in information, develops objectives, and continues to create plans for the operational period for the incident and or event, is a big part of what keeps us on track. Logistics, resources are huge in the context of, if you can imagine, I think there might be difficult getting a hold of a Jersey barrier in northern Arizona right now. Sandbags, we were in meetings, and so that coordination of resources to acquire what is needed based on the type of emergency, that's a logistical function. And then certainly finance and administration. Local governments, by definition, have constraints associated with the amount of revenues that are available and budgets available. And the finance section, it helps us keep track of costs associated with responding. And they also provide vital information that helps us support getting recovery from the federal government and higher levels of government. And so this structure is very consistently applied, whether it's in an incident command post at a single jurisdiction fire, whether it's a multi-jurisdictional incident management team in place, or whether it's a city, a county, or a joint city-county emergency operations center. That's the structure that you should anticipate seeing. So the role of the elected officials, and we have some differences under a declaration of emergency versus not in a declaration of emergency. If we don't have a declaration of emergency, the council somewhat functions the way you do now. Business meetings, posted proper public meetings, decision-making as the body. Under a declaration, we see the mayor to expedite decision-making and expedite the governance is given special powers, and you see that here in this slide here, the ability to declare emergencies. During the emergency by proclamation, you see a list, and those are very traditional, been in statute for quite some time now. The city council, you see those responsibilities, I'll draw your attention to. During war, suspend procurement. That's how old some of this language is. It is literally Cold War era language that lives continuing in our state statutes. So I just wanted to give you a sense of those are the mayor and city council roles during an actual declaration. And what I really want to call your attention to, the policy group. And so if your professional emergency managers need guidance from you, then you will be asked to come together in a policy group, and it will be the body. I know even though during the COVID, I know that even though we had a declaration and we had a mayor that was acting underneath her mayoral powers, that mayor chose to engage the council for many of the policy discussions that took place. And so this policy group will get together and establish policy, mission, strategic direction, and authority in the event there is not clarity. I will tell you that most of the emergency managers behind me have clarity. We have a clear mission. We understand what our role is. But every now and then, we need to consult with the policymakers. one of the most important things that we can do is assist the public. And when we have an emergency or disaster in our community, one of the big deal items that we can do to protect our community is good information and direction about the emergency and or what is occurring and what they can do to be resilient during that emergency. So it's really one of the big partnerships that we can engage in is the collection of information, and we can ask city council members, each of you as a constituent body, and our role is and our desire is to provide you with timely, factual information at the right time, getting to the right people. And I'll just say that there are examples in the study of emergency management where communities got a little sideways and they gave out inconsistent messages or incorrect messages to the constituents of that jurisdiction. I've been on some phone calls with the mayor more than once about, can I say this out loud? And you know, those are great questions, and we welcome those questions because it's so vitally important to take care of our citizens that they get good information. And sometimes we can be very frustrating because we're still vetting it in something called the Joint Information Center. And we'll talk a little bit about how that works. But once we have that message, and the assistance of the elected officials in helping us get that message out is a great way to stay included and to make sure that we're getting the word out to our community members. And so, you know, our responsibility is to get you that information as fast as we can and to be very clear about what can be shared. And so sometimes that can be, as the mayor knows, I can be very frustrating, or we can be frustrating by, usually it's about timing. And so we know that that is a big role for the mayor and council to help us do that and to get that information out. Here's a really interesting slide that kind of shows, you know, the importance of and all the work that goes into it during the tunnel fire and during our flood events. You're going to hear a JIC, a Joint Information Center, referenced often. For instance, on the tunnel fire, pipeline fire, multiple jurisdictions are all in. We've got the Forest Service. We have the IMT with their own public information office. We have the city with our own public information officer. We have the county. And so the Joint Information Center is that place where that information is all processed, and those that are in charge of the message, incident commander on the fire, they're very much tied into the important message that should go out. Just a clear example of that was during the tunnel fire, we were working in the Summit Fire Medical District. It was 12 minutes between the radio order and the go order. And so good information and information that is not needed at that time was just as important as good information. People needed that vital information in that moment. And so the JIC becomes extremely important for us to manage that and protect our community. And just another element of how these look, we all continue to have our own PIOs, but the work was done within the JIC. And I think that's the simple message there, that highly coordinated response takes place. In the event of an emergency operations center piece, this is one of the two really big deal items that the Emergency Operations Center is going to undertake. That public information piece to assist our citizens. And the other piece is the coordination and the attainment of resources. And sometimes that comes, once we've exhausted our local capability, we'll engage elected officials in the process of helping us identify resources through the Emergency Operations Center function. And so just, I think that's my last slide, and it is absolutely a crime that I ran through all that information that quickly. I will tell you that Stacy BK is working now with our counterparts at the County Emergency Management to try to schedule a time for, I believe it's about a half-day training session for executive leaders such as yourself, where we really spend a little time and do a deeper dive into the executive leader's role in disasters and emergencies. We will continue to try to get that scheduled. We hope you can participate. I think if you have concerns or questions, I think it will go a great ways towards giving you confidence with respect to your role during an emergency. Do you all have any questions for me?
Any questions at this time, Council?
Thank you.
I'll check online here. Oh, nope, nothing online, so Steve.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Stephen Thompson. I'm the Volunteer and Event Coordinator for the Sustainability Division. Myself, Marissa Malloy, and Amy Hagan have been part of the volunteer group, part of this whole structure. And over the last month or so, we have hosted 4 different volunteer days in support of protecting the homes and community members in flood area. Starting off in May, we had a debris cleanup to help prevent potential flooding in some areas. And then June 4th, June 18th, and this past Saturday, June 25th, we had sandbagging events where we were going out with volunteers, placing sandbags around homes and protecting those communities. And over the course of all 4 events, we have had over 200 volunteers, accumulating almost 900 hours of volunteer service time, which is really impressive. And over that time, we have been able to help around 35 individual homes and setting them up for success for the oncoming monsoons. And we do have one final volunteer day coming up on July 9th, and we encourage everyone to register in advance for that. The more hands for these events, the better. As you can see from this slide, this image, having a lot of volunteers, a lot of hands, makes for light work. So I want to thank everyone who's come out and volunteered for these events and encourage others to join us as well. Any questions?
Not seeing any this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brandy Suda, City's Finance Director. So just a brief update on our museum flooding financial focus group. So we have continued to meet regularly to discuss the financial resource needs for both pre-monsoon activity and flood response activities. Regarding our pre-monsoon activities, we have identified up to $400,000 in preparatory cost needs. This includes costs such as and related to our volunteer events, sandbag mitigation efforts, as well as the siren system. The stormwater fund is the greatest impacted fund by these costs. Related to flood response activities, which includes and is related to potential action and costs during a flood event or events this summer. We have identified between $426,000 and a recent updated estimate of just over $1 million in costs. These estimates do not include any damage cost or repairs due to flooding, but include costs related to street cleanup, debris removal, and sandbag efforts. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any questions at this time.
Okay,
Thank you.
and I turn it over to Sam.
All right, thank you, Brandy. And yes, she did remove my P card, so we're trying to figure that out at this point. With that, we also want to note some of the funding we found outside of our internal funding, which was the Department of Fire and Forestry Management funding. Many of the items that we've purchased, we've removed from this list as we've updated and they've come in. Many of them are being used to date. The picture here in the bottom corner is one that we took off the internet. However, our sandbagger did show up today. So very exciting news there. It will be up and running tomorrow. So very good news there. In addition to that, you'll see in green, we have added to some of our requests. With the addition of a new fire comes new impacts. Those impacts are requiring some financial assistance, and DFFM does qualify, or these impacts do qualify for their funding. So we're going to be asking for additional items through there, and as we get more, we'll update you, and we'll keep that separate between the two different events. Yep, I see Christine on, and I'll hand it over to her.
Thanks, Sam. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Christine Cameron, Project Manager with City Capital Improvements. So the large concrete box culvert across Dortha is complete, along with the inlet and the outlet structures for the box. And the Shot Creek Channel improvements from Cedar to Dortha are also complete. So the primary drainage improvements are now wrapping up for the project, and we are ready to take water. We've seen some water come through, and everything is operating fine. Tiffany Construction will be completing the surface improvements on Dortha Avenue over the next month. This includes concrete sidewalk, curb and gutter, asphalt street surface, in addition to reinstalling some private improvements that were disturbed, like fencing and parking areas. And the barriers on Dortha are anticipated to stay in place until the project is fully complete. So we hope to open the street back up soon when we are closed out. So I will turn it back over to Sam. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. I appreciate it. And I don't know if anybody realizes the amount of effort and time that it took to get that project done in such a short period of time, or to the point it's at. But a huge thank you to Christine and everybody who supported that. Quick update on Ponderosa, and this will be the last update for Ponderosa Park. And if any of you have been out there, you probably have seen the landscape has changed dramatically. It wasn't something that we're proud of, it's just what had to happen for the safety of not only the residents in the area and the children, but to reduce the additional impacts to the Killip detention basin. So right now the park is, in a sense, just a dirt field, and it is prepped and ready for whatever flows may come through there this year that will wind up in the Killip detention basins. New barrier has been placed in that park to ensure a little extra protection and guidance for that water as it comes through, to funnel it into the inlet for the Killip structures, to make sure that we don't tear up anything else in that area and that it all works properly. From here, I don't know if we have Lucinda Andriani on with us. I know that she had county presentations tonight for the flood control district, and perfect, no worries. So just a quick update on these. Their projects up on Forest and within Mount Eldon Estates have come to an end. I drove up there earlier this week, and the Mount Eldon Estates project, it is ready for whatever impacts it may or may not see. The On Forest project, I will have to get the final confirmation on that. However, they were at the very end of that project. I believe it is completed, but I'll have to confirm that just to make sure that we're all clear on that. These are two very, very key projects for sediment reduction and for stabilization of that channel to ensure that hopefully we reduce impacts further down into the city jurisdiction with these. So truly a great partnership and great work completed here. With that, I'll hand it over to Sarah, probably our most important piece.
Thank you, Sam, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Sarah Langley, Public Affairs Director. Brief overview of the communications efforts that we've done in the past month of June. As Stephen mentioned, the hard work continues on the volunteer days, so big thanks to our friends in sustainability, pros, and public works for making that a success. As you can see, we've been communicating on those. We also put out a communications piece to let residents know that the flood risk remains very, very real. We heard a few things floating around that, there's been a lot of work on infrastructure projects and a lot of things, so maybe we don't need sandbags anymore. That's absolutely not the case. You definitely need to keep your sandbags in place. The threat of flooding remains really real. The infrastructure projects will help, but they will not, solve everything. So very important to stay alert during this monsoon season and keep all of your emergency mitigations in place. We also, another big thing we did was successful testing of the siren systems. So big thanks to the county emergency management team and our public works team on the city side. Some of you came out for that, so thanks for making that. We got some great feedback from residents. I know emergency management did adjust the volume a little bit after that, so some kind of fine tuning taking place there. Also key with the siren systems is to note that that is a supplementary or complementary noticing system. It's still very important to sign up for emergency alerts from the county, and those are those text messages that you'll receive. Looking forward, we have, of course, one last volunteer event, so we'll be messaging on that. And then we are also prepared to message in the event that we do get a flood event this year or multiple flood events. We'll be ready for those. So I believe that concludes staff's presentation. Mayor, I'll pass it back over to you for questions or public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to council, I'd like to take public participants. Don, if you'd like to come on up. Don Rodriguez.
I could have pushed the button. Mayor DC, Vice Mayor Sweet, Council, thank you for allowing me to speak here today. And thank you everyone for your efforts and everyone that came today in the audience. 6 new families have moved into our block this summer. Post information on social media about how they can get an on-site assessment. Send out another reminder about registering for alerts and include information on how the system works, because sometimes we get them and sometimes we don't. In every neighborhood, there will be lots of people who are affected more than others. Start all efforts with those people. Many elderly do not know how to request help. There are still meetings being held without being posted on social media. Also, when there is any type of event like these, post the contact information for the person in charge that day. Last month, there was a major gas leak behind the house. Our street had various groups of different subcontractors and so many Unisource vehicles. There were police, ambulances, and fire. No one ever took the lead. Today, they had They had a crane, every sort of heavy machinery, but no road closed signs. This is a plea for help. We need traffic control desperately. Even though the street name changes from Grandview to Main, the water doesn't stop at Grandview. It keeps going. And Grandview has 2 road closed signs and Main has 0. During the floods, it would be fun to post a sign that says, open to pedestrian traffic, bring your own shovel. And ask Rotary Club, ROTC, or CERT volunteers for help with the traffic. Everyone. Places that have never flooded before are now flooding. Resources are limited. So all the help Rio de Flag residents have had in the past are not available to anyone anymore. Flood equity includes, by law, as we heard earlier, each homeowner is responsible for our property and the city is responsible for drains. We shouldn't count on the city to do everything for us. All roads should have trash racks over drains so that each neighborhood is held accountable for their own debris and it doesn't go downhill. Jersey barriers. Chief, how do you get more Jersey barriers? Use them wisely. They should only be used at homes where lives are in danger, like the corner of Linda Vista, at apartments or trailers with more than 2 units on a property, and at schools. Every neighborhood should deal with their own water load, and the city should never dam up areas like cul-de-sacs and divert water, extra water, at an increased flow rate into other neighborhoods. Neighbors, why are you blaming each other when entire neighborhoods are potentially underwater? Have been last year, right? I don't know about this year, because entire streets are still illegally closed off with jury barriers, like at Dortha. There is fencing there, so it's like double dipping. There's fencing on the other side too, but we know you just want to help and we love you for it, but it needs to be fair and it needs to be transparent. Like Chief said, let's just try to get better. We need strong leadership, continue to be brave and press forward. We have capable people, accept their help. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Do we have any one online?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay, thank you. Then with that, thank you, Don. Any questions from council? Clarifications, anything needed regarding the presentation? Councilman McCarthy.
Earlier tonight, we heard a comment from a member of the public that was noting that we have washes, drainage ditches that are full of debris, branches, walkers, I don't know what else, ice chests maybe? Anyway, the question is there any city program to make sure that these washes, the only purpose of which is to convey water away, are kept clean so that they can do their job? Because if they clog up, then they can't flow water. I think you get the gist of it.
Yeah, thank you, and I'll try to answer that as best as you can. So thank you, Mayor and Council. Ed Shank, Stormwater Manager. We do have a stormwater maintenance program here within the city that is delegated to cleaning about 26.2 miles of FEMA-recognized channels, as well as over 100 miles of small minor ditches, swales, depressions, et cetera, that we have mapped out and that are within city-owned parcels, city easement, city right-of-way. Now, I mention that because we are kind of restricted to city-owned parcels, city easements, city right-of-way. So if it is a private parcel or a private area that we do not have the right language to get into, it gets a little trickier on what we can maintain. The area that's mentioned, so near downtown, there are some areas there that are city-owned, city easement, city-maintained through one way or another, part of that 26.2 miles, especially within the Rio, obviously. Our maintenance program does have a budget, obviously. We do have 2 water service operators that are tasked for those 26 miles, and we do call upon our other divisions and sections as needed for help, because obviously 2 people is a little low for that stretch of area. For something like this, where we're talking about post-fire events, we can reach out for more resources. As the chief mentioned, we work through the incident management team. We are doing that for cleanup and for clean out for areas. It should be mentioned that it's very hard not to get, not only for barrier, it's not only hard to get barrier in northern Arizona right now, it's also very hard to get conservation crews and to get the resources that we are looking for. But we are working on that. We do have a work order system for cleaning out those ditches, for cleaning out those channels, and it should be also noted that there may, obviously there may be implications to drainage if you have some debris within the channel, but for some of the stuff that we're talking about for museum fire and shortly for pipeline fire, we're talking about a considerable amount of water. So for both fire areas and burn scars, we're talking about several magnitudes, I shouldn't say magnitudes, several times higher amount of flow that we're expecting to see off these watersheds. So a lot of the issues we've talked about through museum fire and that we will be talking about through the pipeline fire in the next conversation are really due to a huge amount of new water that we're going to see due to those compromised watersheds. So a lot of the flooding that we are talking about are really talking about a volume of water that's much larger than before and a peak flow, so that wave, if you will. It's not really a wave, but the high amount that you're going to see for that first flush that caused the flooding. So the debris, vegetation, et cetera, that does have an impact, but that's not really the cause of a lot of this flooding. The cause is a high rainfall event and also a compromised watershed. Did that answer the question, or I can go into more detail?
Well, I think so. I mean, you're saying that we're having these very unusual water events because we have a compromised forest. That makes it even more important than ever before to keep these channels open. So, apparently you are tasked to do this. I'm just encouraging the city to make sure that we do it. And as far as, you know, if it's on private property, I guess in some cases, it's still a conveyance of, it's a stream bed in effect. We need to address that somehow. I mean, it's maybe work with the property owners, or I would think this is important enough that we could be a little more assertive about it if we need to be. So that's kind of where I'm at on this. Anyway, thank you for the update. I think you basically answered it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions? Well, I appreciate all the hard work. I mean, this has been a Herculean effort to be able to get the Dorothy Inlet completed, and seeing all the progress since last monsoon season. It's just amazing. And I know we got a lot more Herculean tasks ahead to make sure that our community is safe and feels safe. And I just really am very appreciative of Team Flagstaff and all of our partners associated to getting these projects completed and underway. So thank you. With that, it is 5:20, and I would like to take a 15-minute break. So 5:33, we can start back up. All right, let's get started back up here again. We are to agenda item number 10, our pipeline fire west flood update. You kicking us off, Ed?
Guess I'll kick it
Or
off.
you're getting kicked up here?
Guess I'll kick it off. Yeah, so thank you, and thank you for everybody sticking around this late. So Ed Shank, Stormwater Manager again, and we have Sam Beckett here, who's Incident Management, what is your name, Chief? Sure, Incident Management Chief, as well as the Street Section Supervisor. So we are going to give today a brief overview of what we have for the pipeline fire for the city section of it. As most of you well know, we did have a roughly 26,000 acre fire pipeline. A little less than 2,000 acres of that burned into watersheds that directly feed into the city. That would be the Schultz Creek watershed, as well as what we're calling the Chimney watershed that drains, both of them drain to the Rio de Flag. So we're going to go over some of the flood modeling that was done today, or done recently by J.E. Fuller Hydrology, who worked with both the county and the city on flood hydrology and flood modeling, not just for pipeline, but also for the tunnel fire before that, museum fire in 2019, and the 2010 Schultz fire, as well as many other fires throughout the Southwest. So we have Joe Lovrich here today, who will be speaking on that. Some of the flood modeling is very new. We've had several iterations of it in the last week and a half. Definitely been working at marathon speed here, putting in some very long hours, trying to understand what our flood risk is throughout the community, and we will touch on many of those topics today. I'm sure there'll be a good discussion as well as some good questions. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Joe, if he's ready.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Joe Lovrich. I'm with J.E. Fuller. What I was going to do tonight is to take you through some of the steps of how we've been doing our analysis to date and where we're going with it. So like Ed said, this is very new modeling. So we started basically the afternoon when the fire started, and we've been going ever since. So what am I talking about with flood modeling? It's determining the increased flood risk due to the downstream areas, due to the soil, the heat effects on the soil, the fire, how the fire changed the properties of the soil that creates more runoff to the downstream areas. So the way this goes in a fire situation like this is we have preliminary flood modeling right off the bat based on fire footprints and assumptions made about what the potential burn severity could be. Burn severity maps don't come out for a period of time after a fire starts. So with there's a whole set of modeling done for the east side of the fire that we're calling, basically the whole Schultz reburn, which feeds to all the timberline watersheds, Doney Park, that whole area. There's a divide at Schultz Tank, so Schultz Creek watershed and the Chimney watershed, they feed down to Cheshire Museum down towards 180. So that's a completely independent model from the east side. So something that we had to do, we had to make some assumptions on burn severity from the get-go. And based on that, you can begin to do some initial mitigation and understanding where that flood risk is downstream. Then what happens after that, and this just came out on Saturday, is we have the burn severity maps produced by the BEAR teams, the Burned Area Emergency Response Teams with the U.S. Forest Service. So this is the rapid assessment of the soil burn severity in the watershed, which drives the increased water. Based on that, we rerun our models to predict the way we think a storm could affect the watersheds. And that's where we're at right now. So the models you'll see are hot off the press. They're very new. There's always refinements being done in them since this is a very fast-paced process. And so they aren't final by any means, but they do give a pretty good prediction of what could happen given a certain storm in the watershed. So next, am I driving? You're driving. Okay. So just to give you some perspective of where this lies in relation to other things is, this is just kind of a 3D view of this side of the mountain, the west side of the mountain. You can see the museum fire in the orange polygon. It feeds down towards the Sunnyside neighborhood. You see all of the watersheds. The blue lines are delineating watersheds. So those watersheds in the upper part of the screen, those all feed off to the east through Timberline, Doney Park. What I'm talking to you about tonight are these two blue lines that come down towards Cheshire. One is Schultz Creek and one is Chimney Springs. So what you can see here is that these two watersheds, the Schultz Creek watershed was a little bit impacted by the museum fire, not significantly, but there is a little bit in it. And these are independent from the watersheds that were burnt in the 19 museum fire. So there's a break there. Okay, so some stats on this. Of these two watersheds, the Chimney watershed and the Schultz Creek watershed, Chimney had about 34% burned. Schultz Creek had about 29% burned. Then the other percentages are how much of the watershed is either high severity, moderate, low, or very low, or no fire. So the concerning aspects that we have, and the burn severity is shown in the red and the yellow, is the moderate and high burn severity. Those are the real drivers in what happens downstream. So there's pretty significant areas within, especially the Schultz Creek watershed, that are moderate or high. So now I'm going to take you on a little, this is just a zoomed in picture of the fire. You can kind of see, to orient you, it's a little grainy, but about through the middle of the picture is where Friedland Prairie Road comes and turns, hits the Weatherford Road, if you know the area. And Schultz Tank is on the very right. You can see that little blob of where Schultz Tank is. So all this water flows downstream, and what we're interested in is how it's potentially going to impact the neighborhoods. These are very generally complacent watersheds, so you can have a big storm on them and not much happens. But in a post-fire world, you have a significant amount of water that comes down. So let's let's go through this from upstream to downstream. The Chimney watershed comes in, it flows down towards 180 at the culvert that was overtopped and the road was blocked last summer, right upstream of Cheshire. There's that water, as it comes down, it can spread pretty wide. There's some homes potentially impacted there. That's all in the county. The county line is right on Highway 180 at that point. Once that water comes down into Cheshire, it hits the Rio de Flag. When it hits the Rio de Flag, there's quite a bit of conveyance in the Rio de Flag, right? It's a regional drainage. There's also a secondary channel called the Peak View Channel, which comes down parallel to Peak View Street. So within the city in this portion, it's not looking like there's a lot of flood risk, though there are some cautionary notes with that, in that this water, when it comes off, it's not clear water, as we all know, right? So the debris, the sediment, the rocks that can come down can quickly change the course of how these streams are flowing. And so what we try to do with this is try to predict worst case where the water may go. So these maps are being used by the city and the county to help understand. If we zoom over to Schultz Creek on the right, Schultz Creek comes down, crosses Mount Eldon Lookout Road, right past the Y. And at that point, we aren't seeing really any properties impacted by it. And that leads on down further to one of the more impacted areas. One thing to point out is this whole middle part of the map it's interesting topography, because you have these two watersheds that split, and the middle portion that feeds down towards Magdalena, towards Schultz Pass Road, basically between Magdalena and the Y on Schultz Pass Road, don't have any fire effects. The fire was not in those watersheds. The other thing to point out is that when this runoff gets down to the Rio de Flag is a regional watercourse. We aren't modeling the rainfall over the entire 50 square mile watershed for this type of monsoonal type storm that we're interested in. So uncertainty in the model increases once you hit the Rio de Flag, because there are other watersheds that feed in from the south, from Fort Valley, and how storms have tracked across that before they get into the watersheds that we're modeling, it's a huge variable. And so that needs to be understood when interpreting flood risk along the Rio de Flag. So what you're looking at here is Schultz Creek as it comes down towards Fort Valley Road. Right kind of in the middle of your screen, you can see there's the fire station, if you all know where that is on Fort Valley Road. That's where Schultz Creek comes down. It has very small infrastructure that takes it over to the Rio, and that water spreads at that point. So it spreads, overtops Highway 180, and ends up having the potential to flow through Stevana and into the upper end of Coconino Estates as it's trying to get to the Rio. And that's a huge, what's happening there is you have a lot of sheet flow. You have a lot of shallow flow that doesn't have a great conveyance to get to the Rio de Flag channel. As you move on downstream, so take the the map in the center, and then further downstream is the map to the right. As you go downstream, from this watershed that's contributing, the Rio de Flag has enough capacity in it. But like I was saying, it's hard for that water runoff to get to the Rio. And so the easiest path for that water to take is down the streets. And so unless there's diversions to get that water in the Rio upstream, you know, your Talkington, Navajo, Elizabeth, Lynn, all the way down to Meade is really potentially shallow, but covering the full street flow. Once you hit Meade, there's, again, there's not enough infrastructure to carry that water, the increased flows, all the way over to the Rio, so that's when you may have some backing up and heading further down Navajo. Now, like what I said, there's a lot of, the further down you track this model, the more the uncertainty increases, because how this water flows down is a lot due to the volume of the storm. So it could be a shorter duration storm, it could be a longer. And so what we're predicting and what you're seeing here is for a 2-inch, 45-minute storm event. This is the modeling that was used on Museum, and this is really based on rainfall that has been monitored and gauged over the Schultz fire for the last 12 years. So to predict, to show kind of the storms that we've seen cause sizable flood events. And, you know, to just, this is the downstream end of what we're modeling at this point. Rio to Flag, like I said, it's this regional water course. So as you take this risk further downstream, we have not tracked this all the way down through the city yet. And that's something we have a lot more discussions to do about with that. But that's the limit of what I have to show at this point. And if there's any questions or what have you.
Thank you. Council, do you have questions at this time? Or we do have some public comments, but we'll save the public comments till the very end of the presentation. Councilman McCarthy.
Could you name some of the streets that are on this map? Because I can't really read them from here. It's my old eyes.
Oh, I apologize for that. So so you see the Rio to Flag, it's got the purple, right? So Navajo Drive is right adjacent to it on the east side. Then there's Talkington is the main north-south drive. Meade is the east-west road that is down towards the bottom third of the screen. And
if you could use a pointer.
Hey,
put the pointer there and
what do you know?
name it.
All right. Yeah, Meade is right here. Talkington is right here. Lantern down to the ditch pool is right here. Crescent is over here.
What's the name of the street at the bottom that goes east-west?
That's Meade right here.
The one just a block south of that is what?
This is Murray.
Okay, thank you.
Murray, and that's where this image starts. And so Murray transitions into Navajo as that goes down towards Beale and Whiting here. Kutch is right here.
So on the right side, is that Navajo that's going east-west?
No, Beale is going east-west right here.
Beale. And then I think that turns into Navajo, doesn't it?
Navajo is going north and south.
But there's two Navajos. One is north-south and one goes east-west.
Yeah, that's further south. Yeah. Fort Valley Road is right here. Yes. Fort Valley is over here.
Thank you. Any other questions, Council? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Joe. So moving a little bit downstream, one of the questions we get fairly often is how does this impact the Rio to Flag as we move downstream? And as Joe mentioned, this is a regional water course. It has over 57 square miles of drainage area. So the further that we move away from that fire scar, the more uncertainty we have as we model it out. Because now we're talking about regional storms, we're talking about different storms than we usually see in these monsoon microbursts. So the further we move down, the more we're getting a contributing factor from unburned watersheds, and the burn scar becomes a smaller and smaller proportion of that. So to give some idea, roughly the amount of burn that we have in the Rio de Flag watershed is, it's well less than 10%. I'd say somewhere around the 5% range. So as we continue to move down through the city, we have less and less impact of the flows that are coming out of Schultz Creek or the Chimney Springs watershed. So we've had many discussions among the engineers, the hydrologists, the planners, and we'll continue to have those, but at least at the preliminary level, we're a little uncertain of how to model that flood risk through downtown and south side, because there's a lot of different ways that we can make assumptions as we move down. That 2-inch rain event in 45 minutes, that no longer really holds true. That's not something we can really use for a more regional level flood event. For example, on Sunday, there was some localized flooding in the downtown and south side area. That had nothing to do with pipeline fire, had nothing to do with museum fire. That was a 2-inch rain event in about half an hour on Observatory Mesa. So it was a large microburst on a completely unburned area, and we got localized flooding. So we need to be careful when we go further downstream. At the moment, what the city is recommending is that anybody that is within the 100-year floodplain, which is the FEMA floodplain that was mapped in 2010 for the majority part, which is in blue in this map, or if you're in the FEMA 500-year floodplain, which is marked in orange, we highly encourage you to get flood insurance just as backup. With that, we'll move on to the next one, which is mitigation. So what are we doing in terms of short-term mitigation? Right now, we're really focused quite a bit on that area near Highway 180. As Joe mentioned, the Schultz Creek mostly stays, or the flow mostly stays in Schultz Creek until you get down to that culvert near Station 5, fire station number 5. And then we have this backwater effect where the culvert quickly becomes overwhelmed, and we start having that sheet flow that Joe mentioned that does go through Coconino Estates. So we are looking at a number of different emergency mitigation options in this area of the map that we're showing, kind of working through a bunch of different iterations. There's a lot of complexity to it based on private landowners, also the mitigation types, and the model as it changes. The model you're looking at right now, as Joe mentioned, is, if you want to call it fresh off the press. We've only had this for a very short amount of time. It has changed as we get better data and as the model gets more refined. So we are working through that, just so you know. Our hope is that we can do some short-term emergency mitigation measures in this area to drastically, hopefully drastically reduce the amount of sheet flow that we see through Coconino Estates, so that we can reduce the amount of mitigation that's needed through that neighborhood. With that, I mentioned some of that mitigation that we might be looking at. Potentially, we're looking at barrier. It could be a number of other things that could work. We are reaching out to both our county partners as well as state and federal and nationwide private folks to look at different possibilities and mitigation strategies for something this complex. And with that, I'll move to the sandbag section, which Sam, if he's around, sorry.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. We appreciate the time here today. I think Ed hit on some really good pieces here, and Joe hit on probably the better scope of what we're dealing with here. A big piece of what we're looking at, yes, is the potential for the short-term mitigations, and barrier was mentioned. While it would be ideal, it's hard to come by. So we're working through that process. We've got some avenues, and honestly, we were able to shift some of the stuff that we had in backstock out to 180, and we're working in partnership with ADOT and honestly, many of the different landowners in that area to try and get mitigation in place. Again, the goal here is to streamline that water into the Rio de Flag without allowing it to get through the community first. So many items in play there. When we talk about the sandbag recommendations, one of the pieces that we want to note is always important as these modeling maps come out. We'll get them posted onto the city's website once we have a refined version, and we recommend that anybody who sees their home in potentially an impacted area protects the home. The goal behind that is protecting your doorways, windows, vents, whatever you might have or water could get under the home. That's the biggest impact here. Again, we keep using the term sheet flow. This is a much different event than what we've seen even in some of our other local events where we have that higher velocity water. We don't believe that's what we're going to be seeing here. However, it's still going to be water flowing through potentially the community. So protect the home, doorways, windows, if you have basements, any access into that basement. Sandbag mitigations are always recommended for that, and that is the piece that we'll be pushing out and working through to try and support that. We are working with our engineering consultants who have been out and talked with several of the residents who are in a higher impact area, and they're going to continue through that process. If you do meet with one of our either contracted engineers or one of our city staff, they will make sure they get you all the data you need to make the most informed decision on behalf of your own property. Many of the places where we're looking at barrier, that'll be something that we'll talk about, the cooperative agreements where we actually come in and we'll have contractors place the mitigations, the emergency mitigations for those residents if needed in those areas. Other than that, it will be simply asking residents to support each other, much like we've done with museum, is getting people out there to help build sandbags for each other, build sandbags for your home, and try and get them out there. And we'll get into the locations of some sandbag self-fill sites we've already established for what we're calling the Pipeline West. The sandbag recommendations, as you'll see on the bottom there, downtown, aren't quite available yet. However, I'm going to tell people right now, if you were out Sunday and you received water and you live in the downtown area, you're probably one of those people that need to consider sandbags at this point. I think that's a fair assumption at this point. However, we can't confirm most of that. But we know from many of us who've lived here a long time where that water flows to the downtown area. One of those is just, you might see a higher frequency of that now. Protect your home, and that's the goal moving forward. So let's move on here. These are the two sandbag locations, self-fill sandbag locations that have already been established. They were established as of Friday last week. A huge thank you to our Public Works team who went out and got this done in a very rapid time frame. The picture on your left is at the very north end of Aztec, over by the sports complex, the softball fields for any of the locals around here. So this would be kind of the back way into there on the east side of the fields. The other location is going to be out off of Schultz Pass Road and Mount Eldon Lookout Road at the Y. Many people who live here have recreated in that area. You'll see we have a ton of cinders out there, empty sandbags, self-fill stations that are established. There should be shovels at each site, and those are open for anybody who feels as if they need sandbags. And as these models come out and as people go through the slides in the packets from today, if you see your home identified in there, the recommendation is protection of the home. And these are the locations that we can get those resources out to the residents. Emergency notifications. Much like we've done with every incident, emergency notifications will be a vital piece of this. Having said that, they only work if you register for them. IPAWS alerts are very sensitive alerts. So IPAWS is the Integrated Public Alert Warning System. It is an option. That is more like the Amber Alerts that people get. You don't have to opt into that. It can be driven through the cell phone towers that you're closest to, and you will get that alert whether you've opted in or not. However, that is a FEMA managed system where the county has authorization to use. The best way to get notifications is to register for the system. If you live anywhere within the Cheshire communities, Coconino Estates, Coyote Springs, Anasazi Ridge, anywhere along that northern piece of 180, our recommendation is to just register for the notifications, if nothing else, to have the information, to know if you can drive into town that day if 180 is not impacted. So we're not causing additional burden on the first responders and our public works and ADOT crews that'll be out there working. All of the alert system, like you'll hear from the county, is a very confidential system. All the data that goes in there stays in that system. You won't have to worry about that. So it's a very good system to get good information from and have a better understanding of what potential impacts might come to your area. And this system is recommended for anybody. Most of what you're going to see here are the alerts, and the messaging that we're going to be putting out is basically a shelter in place. We don't see water here where we're going to see the need for massive evacuations. That is usually the first thing we don't want to do in a flood event is put people out in the waters. So the goal is to protect your homes, make sure that they are safe enough to be able to shelter in place. That is the goal here. If we do get to a point where we have evacuations, it's a whole nother process, and that is not a piece that we're looking at this point. So the expectation is if we have water, please stay home. If you live in Cheshire and you are not affected by the water and we see water on 180, please stay home. Don't add to the burden of traffic on the road. So these emergency notifications will be vital in notifying everybody in a timely fashion of what impacts we may or may not see moving forward. Do we have any questions on that piece of it? Okay. And I'm going to hand this back over to Ed to talk about the rain gauges and notifications.
Thank you, Sam, and I can't emphasize enough Sam's last slide. Really, that Coconino emergency alert system is kind of premier. That's what you should be hitting. You may also be seeing National Weather Service alerts, but those tend to be a little bit more regional in nature. Also very good to pay attention to. This slide's a little bit more what I'd call it your do-it-yourself, if you will. I don't recommend it as a do-it-yourself for emergency alerts. It's not what it's meant for. This is if you want to take a look at real-time rain or stream gauge data, we have that capability. You can go to that website on the left. Also, if you want to get email notifications, you can sign up for whatever gauges you want, whether it's in the post-fire burn area or whether it's somewhere else in another section of the county or city on that right. And that will give you an email notification if you get 1 inch of rain within 1 hour. Again, these do not replace or in any way supplement what those emergency notifications are. This is more if you're just looking for information for yourself at that point. With that, I'll move on to Sarah.
Thanks, Ed, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Sarah Langley again, Public Affairs Director. Just wanted to hit on the flood insurance message a bit more. As Ed mentioned, we are recommending flood insurance for anyone who's currently in a FEMA floodplain in the impacted watersheds. We do have a mailer going out to those properties. It should be delivered around the end of this week, just to make sure we do reach everyone with that message. Residents can visit fema.gov/flood-insurance for more information. You can also talk to whoever sells you your home insurance or your car insurance, renter's insurance, things like that. The main message is flood insurance is generally separate from your existing policy. We have gotten a lot of questions about the 30-day waiting period for flood insurance and the potential of waiving that due to a wildfire. So it's important to note that that waiver is a FEMA decision. The city is not involved in that, the county's not involved in that. That's a FEMA decision, and it's made at the time of a claim, so it is event dependent. So if, during a 30-day waiting period, your property is flooded due to a, random monsoon storm, that's not going to qualify for a waiver. However, if the flooding that impacted your property is due to or, related to post-wildfire conditions on federal lands, and the policy has been purchased within 60 days of the wildfire containment date, you might be eligible for the waiver of the 30 days. Just to note, we're currently at 90% containment with the pipeline fire, so we don't yet have a containment date, so still a great time to purchase flood insurance, but that is a FEMA decision, and if residents have questions about that waiver, they can ask their insurance agents to reach out to FEMA for more information. Next slide, so just wanted to touch on communications related to, as we're calling, Pipeline Fire West. We've stood up a preliminary website, flagstaff.az.gov/pipelinewest. So you can visit that. On that website, we've set up a form so you can enter your name and your email address, and we will add you to our list of residents so that we can send out email updates to you. Those aren't emergency notifications. They're more, we'll let you know when we're having a council update. We'll let you know if there are revised flood maps. We'll let you know about sandbags, things like that. So if you're a resident and you're curious to get updates, please go to that website and sign up to get on our list. And then lastly, if you have a specific question or maybe you're a member of the media, please feel free to shoot me an email right there on screen, sarah.langley at flagstaffaz.gov. We'll likely be putting together a frequently asked questions document, and we'll distribute that widely so we can make sure everyone's questions are answered. So that's it from me. We don't have a last slide, but Mayor, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. With that, I'm going to turn it to public participation. And we do have Oksana Dressler. Oksana Dressler.
She may have stepped out or left, Mayor.
Okay. Do we have anyone online?
No, Mayor, it does not appear that we do.
Okay. Well, I'll hold on to this card. If you see her, then we can have her jump in. But in the meantime, we'll have see if council has any questions regarding the presentation. All right. Well, with that, we can just move right along here to the next agenda item. Thank you, everyone. This is agenda item 11, fiber update and smart cities discussion.
Hello, Mayor and Council. CJ Perry, your IT director. Let me go ahead and share my screen real quick. All right, hopefully everyone can see that okay.
Yep.
Appreciate you letting me present from my office. I've got a bunch of kind of interactive demos as part of this, and the technology in my office is just a little easier to work with to be able to do that. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about a couple things. I'm going to give you a fiber update on where we are with our fiber projects in general, as well as go into a little bit more discussion regarding some smart city initiatives and kind of get some council thoughts and ideas and direction moving forward. So we'll go ahead and start with the fiber update. Awesome slide here. We have designated about $3 million, a little over $3 million towards our fiber projects. And we also have grant capacity of over $16 million. So this is really exciting. We're really looking forward to getting some projects started. I've got an update on that in a future slide. But the one thing I did want to mention is, unfortunately, with rising construction costs, this money doesn't go quite as far as it used to. We're still aiming to maximize our investment, but I do, have to be straightforward on the reality of inflation, on our ability to construct some of this infrastructure. But we do have a decent amount of money to work with to really get some of these projects up and moving. I also kind of wanted to just give a little bit of an overview of what we're trying to accomplish in regards to fiber. So first and foremost, we're trying to meet our internal needs. We need to connect our facilities with fiber. It's important for staff to be able to do their jobs appropriately. We have some smart city initiatives, which I'm going to go into a little bit, that all rely on fiber and good connectivity. In addition to that, we always work to meet our community partner needs. Coconino County, Northern Arizona University, FUSD. We have a lot of great community partners. I meet with these folks quarterly to talk about just broadband issues. So we have a lot of coordination between what we're trying to accomplish and what some of our community partners are trying to accomplish. Additionally, we want to meet the community's needs. We're looking for using this infrastructure to help bring additional options for homes and businesses, reduce some of the costs of fiber build-outs for the internet service providers. But I also want to be very clear, we're not here to necessarily compete directly with the internet service providers. Our current strategy is to build some of the conduit infrastructure that we can allow other ISPs to come in and serve our community. We're not providing fiber directly to people's homes or businesses with our current strategy. I also want to kind of define some of our tools and provide updates as far as how we're utilizing some of these tools. So as I mentioned, we've got about $3 million of direct funding for this. So I wanted to provide a quick update on some of our active projects. Some of this is so recent that I was doing site walks and coordinating with community partners as recently as this morning. So we're currently working towards a project to connect City Hall down to the Visitor Center, and then we're going to continue down to connect to our fiber on Butler, as well as interconnect us with NAU's fiber network. This project got put on hold when some of the construction costs increased to the point where they exceeded our budgeted amount. but we're now working on getting this project back on track and getting it moving forward. Some other tools we have are grants. Grants are a way that we can maximize our investment. As I mentioned, we have about $16 million worth of grant capacity. And the next slide goes into the status of some of those grants just a little bit more. Capital project coordination. We try to use capital projects as a way to get fiber infrastructure at a lower cost. When we already have a hole open, it's much cheaper to simply add conduit to that project. That being said, I want to be clear that it does also increase the cost of those capital projects. Generally, it's still worth it, but we often have to have internal discussions on how important conduit is as part of a particular project due to the increased costs. And that's why we have that broadband master plan to help with some of those discussions and decide which capital projects make sense to add the increased costs. The broadband master plan you can find at broadband.flagstaffaz.gov. We also have some great examples of where this was successful. The 4th Street Bridge replacement, we got conduit as part of that. Some of the Butler widening projects that are coming up, we have conduit in some of those designs. There's some water services projects that are coming up that we're looking at how conduit can be a part of those projects as well. So it's a great way to help build this infrastructure at a lower cost. Other tools we have city right-of-way. We have a permitting process. We have ways to incentivize ISPs, to serve our neighborhood, our various neighborhoods. We have existing city infrastructure. We have existing conduit, even things like abandoned water infrastructure and abandoned pipes that we can utilize if they're useful to put conduit in or fiber in as part of those. And as part of some of that existing city infrastructure, it's an opportunity to get revenues back as far as leasing it. So just a kind of a reminder of some of the tools that we have. So over the past, 6 months or so, we've learned some lessons. I've been talking with a lot of ISPs who have been interested in Flagstaff. We're open to talking with anyone. We want more competition, more broadband, more fiber throughout our community. And we've also been looking at applying for grants. We've all heard about some of the major federal infrastructure grants that are kind of coming through, and broadband's a big piece of some of those. So recently, the Arizona Commerce Authority had a $10 million grant that we were very interested in applying for. Unfortunately, they had a stipulation that it required a partnership with an active ISP. We could not apply for that grant by ourselves. We had to partner with an ISP for that. Luckily, there was an ISP that reached out to us and said that they were interested in applying for that grant and asked us about a partnership opportunity. We do have some rules that we have to go through in order to procure a partnership like that. But we expressed to them that should they get the grant, we would be interested in having further conversations as part of that, and we would be very open to those discussions. And so we still have not heard back on that, on whether they were able to get that grant yet. I was told we were supposed to hear back by the middle of June, and we still have not heard back. So we're starting to push on people to give us some updates on that, but hopefully we'll hear back soon in regards to that. So some of the federal grants regarding infrastructure, a lot of them have similar requirements. A lot of them have stipulations that you have to provide a certain level of service to X number of homes in order to qualify for some of these federal grants. And again, as I mentioned, as part of our strategy, we're not here to compete with the ISPs in providing that service directly to the home. So unfortunately, that does kind of put some limits as to how we can apply for some of those grants. Now, there are some grants out there that we qualify for directly, but they're often smaller. Some of them have caveats and things like that. So we're open and we're looking at a lot of different grant opportunities. But some of the bigger grants that we were hoping for definitely have some stipulations on them. And in some cases, we just won't qualify for applying for them. Now, we started to kind of put our heads together. I've been talking with a lot of staff internally on well, how can we still be successful? We still want to provide broadband for our community. So I want to talk about a couple just thoughts and ideas and potential pivots. So the first slide, I just want to state we can continue as is. We can just continue exactly with how we're going. We can continue to use city resources to build out this infrastructure, still use capital projects, and we will build out the infrastructure that's needed to serve our community. But it's more on the long game. we're going to still look for what grants are out there, but we'll miss some of the bigger grants that have some of these stipulations associated with them. It's still a good long-term plan. It gives us a lot of opportunities to create revenues back to the city. But we also have thought about, well, what if we pivoted? And this is kind of where I want to get just council thoughts on this, just to kind of see where you are on this strategy and see if it's something that you're interested in us kind of talking about and pursuing. And that is going through kind of a public procurement process to actually find an ISP who's an official partner of the city of Flagstaff. To work with them, utilizing some of our funds as maybe incentive to bring them into Flagstaff. I've had a lot of companies kind of come in and they look at the cost of construction in Flagstaff. We have a lot of rock and construction costs go up. So maybe if we can kind of provide some sort of partnership opportunity, utilizing some of the tools that we have to entice them to come to Flagstaff, but also as some of that process, we're gonna make it easy for them to come to Flagstaff. We're gonna provide some incentives, but you're gonna provide the city of Flagstaff with fiber on all of those routes. So there are some pros here that we can, a lot of the companies that I've talked to, they have a lot of private investment and they're willing to, put forward a lot of the capital costs in order to come into our community. It also gives us that partner if we want to apply for some of these bigger grants. We just, have that partner already in place so that we can qualify for those grants. And we're kind of promoting each other. They're applying for the grant based off of being an ISP, and we're providing the partnership, the letters of support, and all of that. The downsides to it is, they're a private company that is looking to build fiber in Flagstaff. We're kind of giving up on some of those future revenues and things like that. The fiber provider is kind of taking the lead on that. But it is kind of a way where we could get some city-owned fiber as part of that partnership process. And similarly, the grant funds will go to the ISP to help their build rather than ours. So it's a thing that we've talked about internally. This is really just sort of a high level. Is council open to this discussion? Is this something that you're interested in us pivoting on and using some of those resources for that? Or would you like us to kind of stick with the current path? And I also want to say that if we go out for some sort of public procurement and we don't find a partner, there isn't a partner that's really interested in some of giving the city fiber along all these routes or anything like that, we can always fall back to just continuing how we're doing it. But I just kind of wanted to kind of have that open conversation with council about that, given some of the things that we've been learning regarding these grants going forward. So I'm going to pause it here before we go into the smart cities discussion and kind of open up this topic. And I'd love to hear back from council on what your thoughts are.
Thank you, CJ. Council, what are your thoughts on this? Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I do have a question. If we go with option 2, do we know what the revenues look like that we would be giving up?
I don't have those exact numbers right now. I could probably provide some sort of follow-up. When I've looked into what other cities are getting from a revenue perspective from leasing out their conduit, I'll say it's really all over the board on this one. I have not found consistency. There's a lot of differentiation between leasing out conduit to like community partners, which a lot of organizations do at a reduced rate versus ISPs and things like that. The other thing is it's a lot of it's a timing issue. Is we don't have enough infrastructure today to really lease, and so it's going to take us 5 to 10 years to even get to the point where we can start to build those revenues, at least at the current rate. So there is kind of that lag time as well. And that's really where a lot of this discussion is. Are we looking for something to really maximize some of the grant opportunities that are coming up today and trying to get fiber to our community quickly, giving up some of those things? Or are we looking at, 10 years from now, whatever those lease rates would be, even, 10 years from now compared to today?
Thank you, CJ. Vice Mayor? Anyone else? All right. Well, honestly, we need to maximize the dollars that we can receive from the federal government, and the state and ACA. At this point, there is a large amount of money available out there, and I don't want, ideally, I would much rather have the city building these out, be able to lease it back, to be able to have an open network and ensure that we're not trading one monopoly for another. But we also need to be expeditious about this. Inflation ain't going down, folks. And the costs are only gonna keep going up and up and up. And I would rather be able to get some matching dollars and get some shovels in the ground quicker than to wait until one day where we might be able to pursue the continuing to building as is. So where my thoughts are is, I mean, I don't see these as mutually exclusive either. We need to see what ISPs are there, who's going to give us the best deal. I know we have, a half a dozen or more that are interested. So let's find the best partner we can and pursue that front and what we can do for matching dollars there. But there are certain projects I feel we need to continue building as is, such as connecting City Hall to NAU and our Butler fiber. That seems like we just have to do that without ISPs. There's some critical projects I feel we need to accomplish at the same time. So, anyone else's thoughts? Oh, Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am in sync in what you just stated, but a 2.0 version. So if we could develop a strategy that combines option 1 and 2. Option 2 is primarily for exploratory, and what are the best practices in terms of pursuing a public-private partnership with an internet service provider where the city can share cost and at the same time or eventually could also share with revenue. So cost sharing and cost recovery, as well as future revenue generation. If the city embarks on a private-public partnership with an internet service provider. But I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, we can exhaust all energy seeking grants, obtaining grants from the state and federal entities, but I think we also need a private partner. Could it be just one, or could it be more than one ISP? So a lot of research and studies and options that can be explored out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Others? Councilmember McCarthy.
I kind of wonder if we should have an executive session on this. I mean, the implications of this could be fairly far-reaching. I'm not suggesting that we do that tonight, but I think that it might be a good idea to schedule an executive session so we can understand the legal implications.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Yeah, I think it would be a good thing to put on the list for an executive session. In the interim, though, I do think we need to send out, it wouldn't be an RFP request, RFI, but request for information of what proposals certain ISPs might actually have more formalized to want to do business with us. So, but thoughts on that, City Manager or CJ? Let's start the ball rolling is what I'm getting at for that possibility.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we can go ahead and start putting that together. It will take some time. But we can reach out with our procurement team and start putting a solicitation together.
Excellent. And maybe one that's more open-ended so we can kind of see what they're bringing to the table and what possibilities there are, because I know they have different types of projects and different methods in which they dig to complete different ISPs projects. So let's get the best deal we can get for the city. All right, I see nodding heads, so I think we do have enough for direction towards that purpose.
Thank you so much, Council. All right, let's move on to the fun part of the discussion too. Smart cities. So I did a presentation a little bit over a year ago, I believe, kind of just starting to whet the appetite for what smart cities could look like for the city of Flagstaff. And a lot of that was tied into the fiber discussion, because fiber does kind of create that underlying infrastructure to enable some of these smart city initiatives. And so we're kind of just looking to kind of continue that conversation, take it to the next step, and start to incorporate some of council's thoughts and ideas into our strategic planning going forward. So first off, I'm going to kind of rehash a little bit of what I did last time and sort of explain what is a smart city. And if you Google what is a smart city, you will get 1,000 different answers, and they're probably all correct. So I'm going to kind of just walk you through a little bit of what a smart city could be, and then I'm going to slowly kind of bring the conversation in as to how we want to define a smart city for the city of Flagstaff. So there's 4 kind of high-level topics that I'm going to go through. Again, you can Google this and you can get a lot of different categorizations, but this is how it made sense in my mind. So this is how I'm presenting it. So we're going to start with kind of technology and infrastructure. So I'm going to give you just kind of a little couple demos. This is a demo from a company called Vivacity Labs. I don't know if Vivacity Labs is specifically good or anything like that, but they had a great website that can help demonstrate what I'm trying to show. So I'm going to bring that up onto the screen just to kind of give you guys a little bit of an example of some of the things that smart city infrastructure can do. So this basically takes camera infrastructure, a lot of the same like traffic cameras and things like that are in place today, and kind of overlays it with some smart city aspects to it. So what you can do is with these cameras, you can identify things like, is that a cyclist going by? Is that a truck going by? Is that a bus going by? Is there a pedestrian going by? Things like that. And it provides a lot of interesting aspects to this. It provides a lot of more real-time data of what is happening on our roads and what is happening on some of our infrastructure as we're going along. So, we've had a lot of discussions about some of the barriers and cyclists and things like that. So what you can utilize this for is you can utilize the cameras real time to kind of go, okay, when we make this little change, maybe to some of those barriers, how does that affect cyclists, as we go? When we look at buses, are we utilizing this infrastructure to give buses priorities as they're going through the signals and things like that? You can even utilize it to do things like measurements to kind of go, okay, we implemented barriers. Does that separate the vehicles from the cyclists more so after we put in the barriers versus before? So it just gives us a lot more data and a lot more options to look through as we're going through this. A great example of this, another demo that I'm going to show up, is the city of Portland has this open data portal about their ridership. And so what they show here is you can see the kind of the different colors of where their cyclists are going throughout their community. Now, Portland obviously has a lot of cyclists and a lot of great infrastructure to support that. But you can literally go through this and be like, okay, in Q1 of 21, let's look at what their ridership was like. And so we can kind of see roughly what it was like in Q1 of 21. And then if we go to Q1 of 22, we can look at how it has grown, how their cycling has grown over the past year. Other things we can do is go, if we want to look at the difference between, things like fall and winter and stuff like that, you can watch how cycling grows or shrinks. And all of that is made possible by having these sensors that basically allow us to real time see what kind of cycling is going through, what kind of traffic is going through, how our buses are going through. And so we can utilize the same technology for a lot of different things and provide a lot of this data to council when we're making some of these discussions. Some other great examples of infrastructure, COVID testing sensors in sewers. We've had some conversations about that in the past. Air quality sensors. We've got our climate emergency, and we can do things like putting air quality sensors throughout our community to go, okay, what's the air quality like today? Are we making progress, or are things getting worse? Things like that. How does the air quality change over the course of the year? Smart facilities, things like smart lighting or HVAC, putting sensors in our buildings to go, if the building's empty, let's turn off our usage, our energy usage, reduce our energy usage across our facilities. Things like smart parking sensors. This can be either something like a sensor that actually is on the parking spot below that senses if there's a car there or not, so you can reserve a spot. And if you haven't, paid for parking, it can alert our Park Flagstaff to issue tickets for that. Or we can use the camera infrastructure and look at areas throughout our community where there's parking and use the cameras to sense if there's parking there as well, or if they paid for parking. Electric vehicle infrastructure, that's something I think is fairly self-explanatory. As electric vehicles grow, we can improve on that infrastructure. I mentioned smart traffic signals. We can incorporate some of that infrastructure with smart traffic signals, things like bus priority, things like pedestrian priority, things like changing our traffic signals based on when it's NAU graduation versus any other day of the week to help traffic flows throughout the city of Flagstaff, and even just understanding what those traffic flows do as part of some of those bigger events. You saw some of the things that we've done with flood and fire warnings, things like that, where we're collecting rain data and incorporating those in interesting ways and alarm systems and things like that. So there's a lot of different ways that we can incorporate this technology into our infrastructure. When we look at it purely from kind of an infrastructure perspective of things like cameras, things like sensors, things like that, the benefits really is just getting more data kind of real time at a faster pace. What it takes to really succeed in this is capital, a lot of capital investment. There's a lot of that infrastructure needs to put in place. We're already working towards that with some of the fiber that's needed to connect a lot of those things. But then, other infrastructure like in our signals, like cameras, even in our water infrastructure, things like that. The next demo I kind of wanted to quickly show about is like data transparency. So I'm going to show you another demo for what the city of Chicago has done. This is an interesting one. This is just a map of Chicago. And on the right here, this is just kind of a little search area. And you can add a data set. This is lots of different data sets that they have across the city of Chicago that they put on this public-facing map. So one of the things I'm going to look at real quick, I'm going to look at traffic crashes. All right. We're going to sort this by crash date. I want to find something that, let's see, anything that's, say, after October 1st of last year. And then let's add another thing. I want to look at if the weather condition equals snow. So I just want to look at what crashes happened when there's snow on the ground. And so now we have a lot of data. This is all anonymized data, so it doesn't say who was in the crash, but it just says a crash happened at this location while it was snowing in the city of Chicago. So you can kind of look around the map and up in this area, you can see kind of a cluster of crashes in this area. We can look along this road. It looks like there's a little bit of a cluster of crashes along this road. And so we can use that just to make informed decisions. We're getting a lot of crashes in a particular area during a snow event. Then maybe you couple this with, say, some of the camera infrastructure that I was talking about previously, where you can use the cameras to measure, okay, how much snow is on that road? When did the plows come by last? And if we start to notice trends where, okay, at this intersection, when the plows haven't come by often, we get a lot of crashes. Maybe we change the way that we do some of the plowing to prioritize this particular intersection or that particular road based on crash data. You can overlay a lot of these different types of information when we have all of these different data sets to kind of work off of and provide information to staff and to council just to make informed decisions. The other thing we can do with this data is we can provide it to like NAU to researchers to provide more information regarding ways to improve the city and things like that, or just for educational purposes as well. So that's just kind of an example of what Smart City looks like to Chicago. So the benefits of this is we can have more data to make more informed decisions. And there's some ongoing costs in kind of collecting all of this data and putting it all together in order to make those decisions. Another one, this is one that if you remember from the last presentation I did that I showed off, I'm not going to go into the demo as in detail, but citizen interaction. This was kind of an example smartphone app that I kind of threw together just to kind of show off things that are possible. If we all had a smartphone app, that's where we paid our water bill on. We could see, what kind of landfill usage we're using. We can incentivize people to use less water. We can send out surveys. A lot of times, when we try to collect information, we're collecting information obviously from the people that are very passionate about a particular topic. But if we could, send out a survey to everyone who has this on their smartphone app because they're using it to pay their water bill, we might be able to collect a lot more data and a lot more information as we're looking at different projects going forward. And it just makes it a streamlined experience for the people that live in our community. If I had kind of an unlimited budget and I had my, all my dreams, I could see 3 different apps for the city of Flagstaff. We have like a Visit Flagstaff app where it's, your visitors and you're trying to help draw them to our various businesses, restaurants and different things to do in Flagstaff. I could see a Live Flagstaff where it's like paying your water bill. You live in this community. It can connect you with other groups within the community to really kind of build those community ties. And like a Work Flagstaff, where we're talking more things like businesses, that we've talked about, that business one-stop shop type of scenarios and things like that, where we can kind of really streamline some of those processes. So this is, again, just ideas and things that we can do to really streamline. Unfortunately, the main thing with this one is it's one of the highest costing things for the community. But the benefits are obviously great. There's a more engaged community and more engagement among the people that live here and work here. What else is Smart City? Staff efficiency. I know this is something that isn't so shiny and all of that stuff, but really, when we focus on staff efficiency, when we focus on giving the staff the tools to be able to answer questions quicker, meet the community needs quicker, we lower our internal costs so that we have more budget available for other things. And we just simply provide better services at faster speeds to the community. That's actually one of the things that IT has been really focusing on internally as part of our strategic plan so far, is really that staff efficiency of how can we provide our staff the tools in order that they can do their jobs better. So I want to kind of now show a little bit of, here's what we're doing already, just to kind of show you some examples of things that we're currently doing. So let me move over to that. So we have our own GIS open data portal, kind of similar to what you saw from Chicago, but maybe not quite the budget that the city of Chicago has. But honestly, I think our GIS team does a great job of presenting our data and providing as much data as we can very easily. So if you go to gis.flagstaffaz.gov, it'll bring you to this, and there's a lot of great little apps that you can look at. One of the interesting ones is our regional plan. This one has a lot of really interesting things on it. It's very interactive. It provides a lot of maps that show a lot of different data as part of the regional plan. Just a great way to present data to the community. Another one that's I find really interesting is our trash and recycling scheduling app. So this one is pretty simple. You put in a address, so we'll put in 211 West Aspen, that's where we're at right now. And it'll find you on the map, and it'll say that your trash pickup is on Monday. Your recycling pickup is on Thursday. Here's a list of recyclable items. Here's your bulky trash collection weeks and things like that. So it provides a lot of information to the community as far as, hey, when is my trash pickup day and things like that. Additionally, at the very top of this, we have an area that's called Open Data Downloads. This is just providing literally GIS data to anyone who needs it. Sometimes it's a contractor who needs a little more GIS data. Sometimes it's a researcher who wants GIS data. Sometimes it's sharing between community partners and things like that. So we provide all of this data that's open and public. Obviously, there's some data like our critical water infrastructure that we don't provide freely and open. We have a lot more security around that, but for some of the data that's just open to the public, we have that available for download. I want to show you two more quick demos and then we'll kind of go into the discussion. These are videos, so please let me know if the audio does not come across. I should be sharing my audio, but these are some very, very interesting demos. These were created by our GIS team. Rob Spear actually narrated this and did all the video editing for this, so big shout out to Rob Spear, but here's some interesting things.
A piece of smart city technology is the use of drones, which the city purchased and began utilizing 2 years ago. Here are a couple pieces of the drone equipment we use: the vehicle, the base station, and the mobile ground control points. With this equipment, we found that we can get within inches of the true ground location. The drone is useful for some things that we all think about with drones, like capture video footage or photography. Here's the demolition of the 4th Street overpass, and here's some still imagery of the Aquaplex solar arrays for inspection or exhibits and presentation. And here's some dramatic video of the flooding from last summer. Jeremy DeGuider happened to be in the right place at the right time to capture this flood footage. The flooding events highlighted another use for the drone. This flooding video along the Schweitzer Wash Foots Trail, right above Foxcone Park, moved a lot of debris and soil around, changing the landscape in the drainage area. We can fly the drone in areas of interest like this, and through a process called photogrammetry, we can detect the elevation of the landscape. In an area like this, where we have pre- and post-flooding elevations from the drone, we can determine the extent of the changes. In this series of images, the red color in the floodplain are areas of elevation loss, or erosion, and the green colors are areas of elevation gain, or deposition. This type of analysis is useful in how this wash might need to be restored in order to rebuild proper drainage through this stream channel. A similar example is how we're utilizing a drone at the landfill. This video takes us out to the Cinder Lakes, where city staff flies and processes a drone mission quarterly. This regulatory measure helps us understand how fast the landfill is reaching capacity, as shown in this visualization of the difference between the July 2019 landfill heights and the June 2021 landfill heights. We can also use the drone and drone modeling for city planning. This area was flown after the floods of 2021 to capture the flood impacts off Mount Eldon in this neighborhood. Here we're looking at the neighborhood in the context of planning, as we explore the neighborhood and get an idea of what the area looks like. Now say this building would like to put on a 5-story addition. What might that make the neighborhood look like? And how might that change the view shed across the city? These examples, by the way, were all shown inside a web browser, so there is no need for specialized software to view these scenes. Of course, this is a theoretical example, but if we had this 3D modeling citywide, we could start visualizing what large developments would look like in town, like the large student housing buildings, or what the 4th Street overpass would really look like. To take this smart city use a step further, these 3D models could eventually be used in augmented reality applications, which would give the ability to actually start seeing some of these planning initiatives in the field.
All right, and I've got one more for you as well.
One question I get a lot as a city employee is, what's that's being built over there? Whether citizens see a building going up or one being torn down, they're curious about what's happening in the city around them and want easy access to information. The GIS team in IT and the city engineering divisions have partnered to address these questions. This is a work in progress, but will help provide both citizens answers and streamline internal processes of where and how project data is being kept and how it's reported. A web application has been built and is accessible from any web browser that can be used to explore current construction projects, get updates, and explore the project's budget. Here's the website, built and hosted by the city. Both capital improvements or public projects and development engineering or private projects can be seen and filtered. By selecting a project from the list on the left, or panning and zooming the map to select a project, a user can see a description of the project, see pictures of different phases of the construction, get project updates, and the project budgets. Project updates are easily entered by city staff in another simple web application where project managers enter milestones and upload pictures. This same data set feeds into reports that can be generated within a web application, streamlining printed reporting. All this data lives in one central database
minimizing the need to re-enter data in multiple locations, which allows the chance of introducing data entry error. Another feature of this application is that it works just as easily on mobile devices and can generate and use QR codes. The QR codes from the app can be printed and placed on signage near the project location. Then, as a citizen, if I were walking by the construction site, I could scan the QR code with my phone and get the same information about the project that we saw in the web app. Or the app can find your location so that you can see what's nearby.
All right. So I really like that last one in particular because it kind of does a lot of things. If you think about it, it meets the citizen engagement thing. You know, you're walking down the street, you see what is this? What's this big hole in the ground? You see a QR code, you scan it, you can find out what it is. It provides staff efficiencies. You saw some of the automatic building of reports. It provides a lot of data that we can then look at over time, whether it's from budgets or how long projects takes or things like that. So we're really kind of encapsulating a lot of these different ideas using some of the existing tools that we have. Now, again, that one's a work in progress. It's not done. We're not ready for prime time with it, but it's something that our GIS team is working to kind of, build out and make it available to the public in the near future. So those are just kind of some of the things that we're just trying to define. What is a smart city? What do you want from a smart city? So the next steps kind of as part of this process, I just sort of want to, why are we even talking about this? It's to align it with our IT strategic plan. In the fall, IT kind of goes through a lot of our strategic planning. We talk to a lot of our stakeholders. We've sent out staff surveys as far as things that we can do better. And we really want to incorporate what council's thoughts are and ideas regarding this into our IT strategic plan. So I'm going to pull that up real quick. So as part of our IT strategic plan, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. It's really large. It has a lot of great data that you can see where we're doing well, where we need improvement, all sorts of things in this. But there is a section here called Moonshot Ideas. And this really comes actually from City Manager Clifton. He has really just challenged us to really think outside the box, be forward thinking, really look on how we can fully embrace technology and incorporate it into all the different aspects of what the city does. And so last year, these were some of the ideas that we just kind of came up with in-house, just IT going through this process ourselves. So the Smart City app, again, something I showed off. Would be very interesting. Private city LTE, basically kind of cell phone service, if you will, but more with a focus on connecting our infrastructure. So when we can't run fiber to something, we run fiber to one of these towers, and then we can actually provide a broader service. Or we can even provide some low-cost internet to certain communities or certain individuals as well. Those are ideas that we have. You saw some of the 3D city kind of ideas where we can take 3D models of what's being built, put it on a 3D model of what we already have of the city, and visualize what that would look like in the space. Does it block the peaks? How big is this building? What does it look like? Things like that to really kind of visualize what that looks like, as well as just the centralized data warehousing, just providing more data, more information, and easier tools for us to work with. So as we kind of refine this, we're really looking for some of that council interaction, that council direction. What do you want to see? What does smart city mean to you? So we're asking, what is a smart city? And the answer is, what do you want it to be? So this last slide is kind of to frame the discussion. It helps just provide a little bit of structure to what we're about to talk about. And I want to express that I'm excited about smart city solutions. I think and in an easily digestible way can really push some of our other initiatives throughout the city into overdrive. However, that being said, I'm the director of IT. By definition, I'm a little bit of a nerd, and I default to solving every problem with technology. So some of these items are expensive. We have a lot of priorities across the city. A smart city initiative should enhance what we're already doing, but not compete with the same budget dollars that could otherwise be put to many of our city priorities. I mean, the city manager has already demonstrated our infrastructure needs across the organization. We have a housing emergency, we have a climate emergency. While smart city initiatives can directly impact and support these areas, going in halfway often leads to mediocre results and wasted resources. So this tends to be one of those things you really need to go all in for successful results. So I would much rather, council say, not right now. And I'm happy to revisit this conversation in the future rather than give us kind of, a half-hearted effort. But if there's something here that excites you, know that I'm excited to push forward and integrate this into our long-term planning. So this slide, let me just kind of walk you through it a little bit. I have some ideas, some thoughts on where council might land on some of these things. Do you want to invest in a targeted area? Maybe, we talk about the climate emergency and we want to focus solutions directly to climate action. Maybe there's some of these other areas that I kind of went over: technology and infrastructure, data transparency, citizen engagement, staff efficiency. Is there something that really resonates with you from a council perspective? Is there something where maybe we need to have further discussions that are a little more focused and a little more targeted in a specific area? And if that's the case, what we would probably do is take some of that, keep coming back to council, start focusing, and really incorporating some of this into the IT strategic plan. Maybe your thought process is, let's just keep the current course for now. Maybe we can talk about this more later. Know that staff is still looking at these solutions as part of our everyday work. I work with the traffic engineers. They're looking at smart city things for signals. I work with water services. They're looking at smart city infrastructure as part of our water infrastructure. We're still doing this, but we're kind of all just sort of, doing it as we go rather than kind of a coordinated specific implementation. Or maybe you go, I'm all in. I want to be all smart city all the time. This is the best thing ever. If that's the case, we still need to kind of start to focus. And at that point, I would start to look at maybe a standalone smart city strategic plan. Now, I only really want to go down this path if it's something that council as a whole is really, gung-ho about. I've met with some of the people that develop the smart city strategic plans for the city of Scottsdale and the city of Mesa. And so I have contacts on kind of where we could take this in a future direction. But I don't want to put all of this time and this energy for a strategic plan that might just sit on the shelf. So if council is really gung-ho about this, we can really push forward with this. But I kind of want to see, where are your thoughts on smart city initiatives? What does resonate with you? Is this a conversation for today, or is this a conversation for maybe 2 years from now? So with that, I'm going to stop talking. I've got my notepad and my pencil. Great for an IT guy to have, analog stuff to take notes, but I'd love to hear what your thoughts are.
Thank you, CJ. Great presentation. Council, do you have any questions or, what's your thoughts? I think you know where my thoughts are going to be, but Councilman McCarthy.
Well, I found that everything we just heard was interesting, and some of it would be useful. This idea that you're all in or nothing doesn't make sense to me. I think we should pick and choose what things we want to do and do them rationally. I mean, when you talk about doing all of this, I wrote down a phrase you wrote, a lot of capital investment. So I think some of the things that we talked about are practical and useful, but just to say carte blanche, go ahead and make us into a smart city for the sake of being a smart city is not necessarily prudent. I think we need kind of a balanced approach. That's my initial thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember Aslan?
Councilmember. Mayor, may I respond real quick?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Okay.
Yeah, and really the comment about all in, it might be all in on one small thing. I don't necessarily mean all in on everything that I showed off today. I just mean really kind of taking that focus. And if there is something that really resonates, even if it's just one small thing, that's what I would put a lot of energy and a lot of effort into, and really go all the way. I've seen where some of the smart city where they kind of go, well, we're going to just check the smart city box. And it usually doesn't serve the interests of the community very well or what we're trying to accomplish. So it doesn't necessarily mean all in, meaning for all of it. But even if there's only one or two things that resonate, let's really, prioritize those things.
Yeah, Councilman McCarthy.
Well, for instance, coordinated stoplights. I think there's been talk about that already, where we synchronize the stoplights. I mean, I hate it when I get to a stoplight, go up 2 blocks, and I get a red light. It's like, couldn't these be coordinated? And the idea that, maybe some, taking some data on what the traffic flow is and adjusting the green time and the red time accordingly, that might make sense. And obviously we're doing a lot of GIS, which for the crowd stands for Geographic Information Services. Or is that the right services? Geographic information, anyway. And basically it's electronic mapping, which comes in, is very handy for planning purposes. So obviously we should continue in that. But just to carte blanche say, yeah, let's do all these things, no, I wouldn't go there.
Okay, Councilmember Rasslin?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for all this, CJ. Really exciting conversation. I'm very gung-ho about this. I think we should absolutely incorporate smart city approaches. I think we should try to do it in every way we can. I appreciate and understand wanting to start off kind of surgically and, go all in on certain targeted aspects. I am interested in traffic management. I think that'd be a smart way to start. I think it sends a good signal, pun intended, to the public that we're taking our modality conversations and really trying to bring technology and the latest and greatest in data management into this process as we reimagine our city for not just cars, but for other forms of transportation as well. So I would be able to start there. I'm hesitant to, pull the lever all the way on that because I don't know what I don't know. There might be other things that I would really gravitate towards that are on my radar right now. But just know, CJ and leadership, that when it comes to early adoption of technologies and new ways of doing things and getting data, farming data, and making sure that that data is getting back out to the public in useful, interesting interfaces that provide transparency and better information and better decision-making, not only for the city, but for the residents. I'm all for it. And these are investments that are never convenient to make. And of course, we have a lot of priorities right now. And for lack of a better phrase, we're putting out a lot of spot fires. But I would be absolutely invested and gung-ho about going all in on smart city approaches.
Thank you, Councilmember Rasslin. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. So I was one of those that Googled, what is a smart city? And we covered just a few aspects of what it could be, and that's pretty exciting. I'm one of those where I'm definitely all in. I do see that we need to take our time. It may not happen today, but I would like to keep this conversation going. When it says invest more all around, the question is, are we sure where the most impact is? And I don't. All of the targeted areas interest me. So I would be interested in a smart city strategic plan, even if it can't happen today. I know we're all stretched thin, but I would like to see us move in that direction. And thank you again for all of the information. It was a fantastic presentation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember House?
Thank you. Thanks, CJ. All of this was fantastic information and very, very exciting. So for me, I saw a lot of overlap and potential for partnership in especially the areas of data transparency, citizen engagement, and staff efficiency. I think a lot of what you pointed to in even some of the future projects that you were proposing, like the app and and some of the further engagement of the GIS system, we're really targeting and honing in on those areas, and that really excited me. So I'm definitely all in on those areas. I do want to see the collaboration between what's currently happening and what's potential for the future. And definitely want to see the development of a strategic plan for future implementation, rather than necessarily going all in right now. I'd like to see what it looks like to partner some of what we're doing right now with some of those strategic goals for the future. But I definitely want to see smart city technology coming to Flagstaff. Beyond that, I just had a side question. Are we cutting the conversation on micro-trenching? I saw that in an earlier presentation, and I did a lot of research on it, but it's not there now.
Yes, so I was originally going to bring a little bit of a primer on microtrenching because some of the ISPs that I've been talking to have been interested in it, and I wanted to get council input on it. But what we're going to do is basically wait until if an ISP, if that's their primary focus of how they deploy fiber, then we would bring that conversation back to council at that time. Staff is still exploring it in-house. We're exploring, we've talked about the pros and the cons, and there's lots of both, lots of pros and lots of cons. And so we're doing a lot more exploration, but rather than take up the time for something that may or may not ever occur, we're going to actually just kind of wait. And if it's as part of that, some of that RFP process, if one of the proposals is micro-trenching, we would then kind of bring that conversation in more totality to council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can we get a 30-second definition of microtrenching?
The 30-second version is they basically take a blade and cut a 2-inch hole about 18 inches down and put fiber basically right in the ground. It's a low-cost way to do it. So there's a lot of great information though, and I can provide some links to some great information via email if you prefer.
That'd
Thanks,
be great.
That's kind of what I figured it was.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, then I'll just state that I'm all in with this. We need to get a plan in order though, and I am strongly in favor of starting a standalone smart city strategic plan, so that way we are moving forward in a strategic manner and ensuring that this is getting the input from the public and input from city officials to understand where the largest impact and bang for our buck is going to be. Traffic management, though, is key, and though we are going to need some heavy broadband investment to really start that up. But there's a lot of these kinds of things that are going to be very helpful for our decision-making at the dais, as you had mentioned about how we're really trying to rethink our roads and rethink how we are prioritizing bike ped. And as we start to redesign and rethink these things and implement them, it'd be really great to have that evaluation tool that will help us as a council body and as a city to make the best decision possible for public safety, for our dollars and cents. This creates an evaluation process with hard data that also helps us explain our story from council on why we're making these decisions and making sure people know we are reevaluating continuously to ensure we're reaching the outcomes we want. So this has a lot of power behind it, and that's just one example. I mean, there's more things like that weren't even mentioned, like sensors on commercial garbage cans, so we're not wasting time going to garbage cans that may only be a quarter full, or ones that are overflowing by the time we get there. We have sensors that can tell us when to pick them up. Or digitizing our water meters, for example. I had a friend who was out of town for 2 weeks, and right at the start, their pipes broke in their upstairs bathroom, and they still have not gotten their kitchen fixed after 7 months now. So these are the kinds of things, digitizing water meters, boop, an alert on your phone saying, hey, your water usage is kind of going crazy the last 12 hours, what's going on? Then that could have been notified to the individual. We could have gotten someone to shut off that water temporarily and figure it out so their whole house was not ruined. So, I mean, there's so many spin-off benefits, digitizing water meters. I mean, I'll just stop there. I'm sorry. I geek out at this stuff too. So, and we have a long road to go for it. And I think we do have some direction here from council that we would like to pursue a standalone smart city strategic plan. I do know we've been in discussions with an organization that could help with that, who's been helping with Mesa's or Scottsdale's strategic plan. And let's get that in order, get that ball rolling, so that way we can prioritize all of these many great ideas that are also have some serious dollars and cents associated. Councilmember McCarthy.
Yeah, and I also support doing a plan, but you mentioned that we need to have some prioritization in there, and I totally agree with that.
And that, I think, will come to fruit to bear with the Smart City Strategic Plan, looking at how other cities have done it. They've had outside individuals come in, meet with community members, meet with our partners like NAU, FUSD here, and see what's going to work well for all of us, and we can collaborate for the smart city types of initiatives, because there's a lot of other government agencies and a lot of geeks in those government agencies who will also be helpful in seeing these things to fruition. So I think this would be a Councilmember Salas? Sorry, I have the thing up for C's and Q's, so I apologize. I was looking at the chat box. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I just want to vocalize my my perspective. Yes, I'm all in on a standalone smart city strategic plan, but also keeping in mind and also exploring the opportunities for creating synergies. The city's smart cities strategic plan could be in sync and synergize with the ongoing process with the regional transportation planning process with MetroPlan, as well as our, of course, overall how it will be aligned with our regional planning update. And I believe the Econa is also embarking on a strategic plan. So there's this is a pivotal period for not only for the city of Flagstaff, but for the region as we look forward with our moonshot ideas as well. Also, when it comes to infrastructure, see how it relates to yes, traffic management and also transportation planning, as well as how we fold in our other plans, such as the 10-year housing plan and the carbon neutrality plan that are in place. So upward and forward. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you,
Thank
Councilmember
you, Council. I
Salas.
really appreciate it.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, CJ.
Yeah, if there's more discussion, feel free. I just kind of wanted to summarize what I think I've heard, just to make sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so it sounds like there's broad support to kind of explore what the standalone smart city strategic plan looks like. Looks like there's a lot of also support to really look into some of the traffic management stuff and how that seems to be kind of a top priority around the board. And I've heard a lot of things around synergy, collaboration. And so, yeah, that definitely as part of the strategic plan, I know that's going to be something that we prioritize, is making sure it enhances a lot of the other plans and just builds upon what some of those plans are. So we will start to incorporate this feedback into our strategic planning process, and hopefully we'll be coming back to council in the near future with kind of what the next steps are going to start to look like.
Excellent. Thank you, CJ. Really appreciate it. All right. With that, I think it might be time for a short break, not a long one. Let's do 7 minutes. So 7:25. Just let's make a quick one and be back here. 7 minutes and 22. Movie Evolution, you know what I'm talking about. All right, are we all up and live streaming?
Mayor, we are good to go.
Excellent. We are down to agenda item 12, the GWP extension, phase 1 and 2 proposed alignments. Take us away.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and members of council. Thank you so much for your time this evening. I have a short presentation to do an update to JWP, as well as seek council direction on a final alignment. On the context map, we have a green circle here. It encompasses approximately the 2,200 acre region of land that we're talking about that would be serviced by this road. It currently ends at the eastern extent of John Wesley Powell, just north of Pine Canyon, just east of Lone Tree. And in the north, it ends on the east side of Canyon del Rio, just south of Butler Avenue. This is the updated stakeholder map, and there's a couple things I want to point out in here. There we go. That will be, in the context of what we were talking about tonight, are the small parcel property owners and the large parcel property owners. So within this white bounding box are the small parcel property owners, and the orange are the city parcels, whereas the green parcels are county parcels. Again, here you can see the yellow line, which is the original alignment, and then this salmon colored line is the alternative alignment that we're going to go over in the coming slides. But just for context, this map is in this presentation a couple times, and we have it at the end too, and I think we'll leave it open for public comment so people can refer to it as well. Briefly, just want to go over to the team. This was shared back in October of 21. We've worked with no less than 10 city departments. Great team, brilliant, talented people I get the pleasure of working with. Community service partners are closing in on about 10 as well. It's wonderful reaching out to the wonderful people that we have that serve our community that have a key interest in this new roadway, this corridor that we'll be constructing. Our Peak Engineering is our design engineering consultant, and they've joined us here tonight. And they have 4 sub-consultants that they seek in various fields of expertise as well as part of the contract with the city. I also want to give a little background on the project too. This was discussed in the Flagstaff Regional Plan, the 2030. This is showed up in about the year 2000. It's currently showed in map 25. Fear not that this slide is actually enlarged on the next slide, so don't worry you can't see it, but the red area, keep that in mind because we're going to be referring to that on the next slide. Again, this was approved in 2018 in November as part of Proposition 419. That included funding for 40% of the John Wesley Powell corridor for the new roadway, the bike and ped improvements along with that roadway as well. I want to note too that currently in design, we would be starting with a 2-lane road with a center turn lane whenever it is needed, as well as a foots trail on the east side or the south side, and then a sidewalk on the west or the north side, depending where you are in the corridor. Currently in design, there's also on-street bike lanes. Again, this is very early in the design, so these are things that we can flexibly design as we move forward. But I just wanted to share that. The city would seek right-of-way for a full build-out, which would be a 4-lane road, but I want to caveat that with the fact that a 4-lane road may be decades away, and there may never be a need for a 4-lane road. So we're starting with a 2-lane road and then seeing how capacity goes as the years go on. So I wanted to be clear on that point. Again, as promised, this is the enlarged roadway functional classification map. I enlarged the legend because I know it can be challenging to read. Here you can see that this is a future minor arterial. This is the original alignment shown here in blue. And then you can actually see pieces of the alternative alignment shown here in yellow, and then it goes up to Harold Ranch Road here as well. So we would be deviating from that going across Canyon del Rio's land, but readjoining that on the original alignment shown. And I wanted to share that we've been working closely with the planning team, and because this is a future corridor, there is no reason to amend the regional plan just to change the alignment as long as the necessary connections are made. So I wanted to verify that with the planning team before I said that, but that is a key component that I wanted to share in this as well. And then a late add that we had today was the Arizona National Scenic Trail. That does go through this area as well. And I want to reach out and extend my appreciation to Peak Engineering that pulled this exhibit together just today. So existing, and I have a caveat for this slide too, that the proposed alignment that's shown here is only proposed by the design team. We don't have any property rights to this line. We have not gone outside of the design team at this point. It's simply, if we are going to go through this area, the goal of the National Scenic Trail is to embrace a natural scenic environment. And if there's houses going to be developed or development coming along an existing trail, we want to make sure that we remain that copacetic experience of a nature experience along a National Scenic Trail. So what we've done as the team is we've gone forward with a proposed alignment that follows the drainage of the Rio de Flag. So that has a lot of components that can flex and ebb and flow, but I wanted to share that though it's labeled proposed, that is proposed by our team internally, not externally. We have been talking with some of the entities that would be ran by, but we don't have approval from those entities. Also just wanted to briefly touch on focused public involvement. We're calling it focused public involvement because we're starting with the parcel owners that are impacted by these alignments first before we go community-wide. And that was part of the phase one process, was reaching out to these community members that were directly impacted by an alignment coming through their neighborhood. So we were here in October of 2020 with the land use framework. We presented that with council. We came back and we did similar presentation, I should say, to the small parcel property owners in January of 2021. After that, we met with approximately about a dozen property owners that were directly impacted by the original alignment. Peak Engineering created exhibits that's showing the footprint of, at the time, a 4-lane road, the full build-out of the right-of-way on those parcels that were impacted along the original alignment. And then we are back again in October of 21. We gave a brief update. We asked for change order 4, which council graciously approved. Thank you. That allowed us to look at an alternative alignment. There was unanimous consent at that point from council to pursue investigating an alternative alignment so that we have something other than the South 4th Street corridor of the original alignment. At that point, we started to engage the large parcel property owners in fall of 21, and that ran through spring of 22. That meeting culminated in May last month with a corporate meeting with the large parcel property owners, where we sat down and really came to a consensus of what would work across their parcels. They came to us and we looked at engineering feasibility, and we came up with a salmon line that you see on the map tonight. And then we sent out a project update to the small parcel property owners in May. We also updated the project website. And then in June, we sent out another update to the small parcel property owners, encouraging them to show up and make comments virtually, in person, and via email. Had a great turnout. It's been wonderful emailing with a lot of our citizens here over the last couple weeks, and appreciate their time in waiting tonight to speak. So I also wanted to mention that when we were here in October of 21, we presented the concept of these bookends. So we had this green line that was the furthest west or north, and we had the blue line, which was the south or the eastern extent. And at that point, based on what we knew, we shared that the alternative alignment would most likely fall somewhere in this zone between these two lines. So after speaking with the large parcel property owners, looking at construction feasibility and design, some of these large parcel property owners are in the middle, beginning master planning and designing. Some of them are a little further along than others, but by hugging further over on their boundary, or their eastern boundary, it gives them that flexibility to come up with a master development plan and not commit the land further west on their properties. So as with any decision, there's some pluses and some minuses. So we just wanted to kind of encapsulate some of those that are looking at tonight, and there'll be comments shared tonight as well. And I just wanted to reiterate that council, again, the direction was given to us last October to look at an alternative alignment apart from the original alignment. In May of 2021, there was a unique opportunity, a partnership with the large parcel property owners. And that partnership could actually result in expeditiously constructing a roadway. So that is a plus to having a roadway come through this area. There's also, because of that consensus with the large parcel property owner, the right-of-way acquisition is most likely to go quicker, and have a greater support for that, as well as consideration for access to the NAU Abor property on the south and Brighton on the north, as well as all the 107 small parcel property owners here that would not receive an improved road that would be accessing their property from the existing Harold Ranch Road. And the last bullet point there is access to undeveloped land. So clearly you'd have better access to undeveloped land on an alternative route. Next steps, depending on the decision that's made here tonight, we would revise the land use framework if we were going to pursue an alternative alignment. That work has been done already on the original alignment. And then there could potentially also be the inclusion of a final design on either alignment, because the original alignment is currently at 30% design. Our current contract with Peak takes us through 30% design of an alternative alignment, and that design is probably around 15 to 20% as it stands now. So there's still some more work to get the alternative alignment up to a 30% design. And then continue our meetings with our small parcel and large parcel property owners going into this summer, this fall, and beyond. And with that, I conclude the presentation, but I just want to extend my gratitude to those that showed up and have emailed and have waited patiently, and I'll relinquish the floor and entertain questions and discussion with council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, yeah, we'll be going to public participation. We'll start with those who've been sitting here patiently, and then we'll go to electronic thereafter for public comment. And my apologies if I mispronounce names. I will start with Ken Kudlick.
Thank you. It's Kodelik.
Okay, thank you.
But it's hard to pronounce. So my name's Ken Kodelik. Obviously, I've been in Flagstaff here for 30 years, out in that Forestdale neighborhood that they were just reflecting upon. 20 years ago, I built my house at 4701 East Monroe. And I had submitted a written report too. Hopefully you guys saw that or read it as well. But I am here because I think this topic is so critical for our neighborhood. And I'm here for really two reasons: safety and fairness. And I think I need to point out that these are the biggest issues with the new alignment as opposed to the original alignment. The new alignment is just frankly just not fair, and it's not safe. On the original 4th Street connection approved by the voters and myself in Proposition 419 is needed to make a safe, reliable connection to our neighborhood in Forestdale. Dozens of times in the 30 years I've been out on my road have we not had access to our own home because of, floods through the Rio de Flag. We've had snow conditions blocking the road, all kinds of things, wrecks on the road, jackknife, double wide trailers, and it's just not a safe road. And with the knowledge of 4th Street coming through here, that's why I bought that land 30 years ago, 25 years ago. It's a one-way in and out. It's not safe for our kids, our elderly parents, and all the folks who live full-time in the neighborhood. The new fires that was outlined today will make flooding an even bigger issue down Harold Ranch Road, because the Rio de Flag is going to flood. It's going to flood even more often now. And this should be part of the emergency plan that they just spoke of for the residents who live in Forestdale. Fairness is my second issue. The 4th Street alignment have been on the books for years. When I moved out in the neighborhood, I knew about the 4th Street alignment. And the master plan now has been on the books for 25 years. The entire neighborhood has been aware of this project. Only recently, due to new arrivals on 4th Street, primarily our friends who live on 4th Street, it has been decided to spend more money to explore this new alignment to the west. As I understand it, this new alignment would not have a connection to our neighborhood for years, if it ever does. So therefore, we'll be dealing with the floods, the snow, everything that we've been dealing with since I moved out there 30 years ago, with no promise of a potential road into our Forestdale neighborhood with, you know, dozens upon dozens of families in there and growing every day. I think that's a great tragedy, and I think council needs to do something about that. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ken. Councilmember McCarthy has a question for you.
Thank you, Kevin. So you prefer what's labeled as the yellow route, I'll call it.
The original alignment.
Yeah. Just for curiosity, can you tell me approximately where your home is on that map?
It's on Monroe Street.
Well, I don't know the streets. I've driven out there, but I don't really know it.
Yeah, so off of Butler, you take a Harold Branch Road.
He's,
Not sure I can really, Dave, can you help me? I'm not sure I could really identify. The green sections, are those the city section? So I'm Monroe. Okay. So my house is right about here
okay.
on Monroe.
And right now, that's a dirt road all the way down there, is that correct?
That's correct. Off of Butler, Harold Branch Road goes through the Rio de Flag and up a very steep hill to get to South 4th Street. At the top of South 4th Street, then that turns into, goes down. South 4th Street goes south, obviously, and then Monroe goes to the east off of there.
All right, so you're hoping that that can become a paved, better quality, modern road?
Right, a connection like was promised 30 years ago.
Okay, I appreciate your extra time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Next individual is Ryan Southworth.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and members of the council, my name is Ryan Southworth. I'm an emergency room physician, also an Air Force officer. My property is over at 2050 South River Valley Road. I'll go ahead and just state that right there. It's right along the alternative alignment. I just wanted to make a couple comments about this. I have to agree with Ken on this. This has been well known on the original alignment for a long time. I was involved with all of the conversations, and I appreciate very much all the conversations you've reached out to us as property owners, homeowners out there. It's been great as far as that has been concerned. And originally, I even had some private meetings concerning the wildlife, the elk. There, as you know, one of the largest herds of elk actually graze in the River Valley Road and actually come up through the south side right in front of our property along the Rio de Flag. The Rio de Flag actually runs right through my front yard, and I've counted up to 160 elk inside my front yard before, and they were just there yesterday, literally, wandering through. The alternative alignment I would be against, even though that, yeah, it would be nice to have a nice paved road right in front of your place, but I couldn't support that. There's too much wildlife at stake out there, to be honest with you. It's especially disturbing to me that after 30 years, like he said, this original alignment, and everybody's been discussing it, and I even had concerns about my well water because being a county, we're in Coconino County along those green, lines there. We're on well water, we're not on city water. And what would be the impact to us? And Peak Engineering, they had some good meetings with us, and I thank them for their support in that too. And they put my concerns to rest about the well water there. But with this new alignment, I haven't seen an impact report. This happened, literally, we were made known about this 12 days ago. So we've had 30 years of one thing, and then suddenly like a bait and switch, where we're like, oh, we're gonna redo this and it's gonna go right here. And we're like, wait a second, what are the wildlife impact reports? What's the water quality? I mean, like, you're building it right through the lowest part of the floodplain. And so I just can't see that being reasonable at all, especially with 12 days when this has been going on for, has been expressed for 30 years. Again, I really do appreciate the time. I appreciate your support in this. I don't need to take all your time because I know you guys have had a long day as well as I've had a long day. But the only other thing I got to say is also as an EMS physician earlier, your NIM stuff, that's really important. I know it has nothing to do with what we're talking about now, but that's actually really important. Emergency management is being an EMS physician and training our Air Force officers in some of these disaster response. got 10 seconds left. I just want to say thank you, but please, the salmon, the road, that's bad. The original, that's good.
Thank you. Excellent. Yeah. Natalie Weissman?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Natalie Wiseman. I live on River Valley. I was actually born and raised in that valley and have lived there my whole entire life. That road pretty much means what it says, River Valley Road. There is a river that runs straight through that valley, and that road sometimes is there, sometimes is not there due to the flooding. As he mentioned, River Valley, the portion of the road for that alternative route, goes through the lowest point. The shallow point of the River Valley, of the Rio de Flag right there, is probably only at max 3 feet. When we get our monsoons that come ripping into the valley, even without all the fires that we've had with the flooding, that field turns into a lake, to the point that we can't even get to our house. We have kayaked on that, we've inner tubed on it because there's just such a large quantity of water that lives in that valley, along with the wildlife that relies on that source of water. There is hundreds of elk that call that valley home, and it's year-round. They don't migrate, they breed there, they raise their calves, and they don't leave. Along with, we have bald eagles, red-tailed hawks, badgers, prairie dogs, coyotes, fox, mule deer. There's so many different species that call that valley home along with me. The alternative alignment goes straight through that flood zone. If you guys look at your email, I actually sent you guys a presentation with photographs and videos to document the flooding and the wildlife that lives there in the valley. In the last part of that presentation is the documentation of the flooding in the exact area where that alignment is supposed to go, the alternate. And you can see that it is completely underwater. It's not just a few feet, it's hundreds of feet. That whole entire field turns into a lake. So if you guys pull that up, it got sent to your email. I wish that I could present it to you guys now. But it just doesn't make sense of that alternate alignment because it goes straight through a flood zone, where the original one, you could completely avoid flooding in general and risking all of the endangerment of the wildlife living in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. James Newberry?
Yes, I'm James Newberry. I own 1850 South River Valley Road. Okay, I want to know why we came up, or the city came up with this alternative route. I'm asking a question.
Well, I can kind of answer that. We had this discussion back in October, and a lot of individuals were very concerned with the amount of property we'd be taking off of the small plot owners' land, because we will be having to declare eminent domain and take large chunks of some people's land to be able to see it through. So at that time, we were in discussions to see what other alternatives might exist.
Well, they knew when they bought that land that this was proposed. You know, Prop 419 was voted for through 4th Street. I think there's a legal argument to be made for you guys to change it after the voters have approved 4th Street, okay? The other thing was horrible. I got this letter on Thursday. Before then, they talk about how they talk to property owners. I don't know anybody on the River Valley that they talked to about this new alignment. Thursday, and you're gonna make a decision tonight? I mean, I'm sorry, but I'm mad. You didn't give us any time. I haven't heard any environmental impact studies or nothing. And I think the city really needs to stick with the original plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dave Chapin?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Thank you for your time. Dave Chapin, a longtime Flagstaff resident, NAU graduate, and a homeowner on South River Valley Road since 1995. Owner of owner of 2 parcels, and the other 2 parcels being in the family estate, which I just recently went through the process with the county of dividing, where those 2 used to be 1, 4.5, with the goal of giving each one of these parcels to children that were born and raised here on these same properties. Children that are residents of Flagstaff, that have jobs in Flagstaff, one being a public servant, a cop, a police officer of the city of Flagstaff, all with dreams of living right here, not next to this road. The point I want to make too, with the two plans in front of us tonight, one, like Jim said, just learning about the alternate plan within the last 10 days, which I never even received in the mail. I would be concerned about the impact on residents, whereas there are alternate plans available that the road could be put in areas where there are not any existing homes or existing families, where if the road were built first in other locations, then they know that that road is there first. Where here you're impacting people's lives who have been there since, myself, 1995, others who have been there longer than that. Much of the discussion tonight, prior to Smart City, involved flooding. You're building a road in a flood zone. Just like the other residents have indicated, it floods there. We all have video of it. Doesn't make any sense to me to build a major thoroughfare through a flood zone without, like Jim mentioned, some sort of impact studies. To have this thrown in our face in 10 days makes no sense at all to me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. And just to clarify, are you in support of the original design, or are you saying that you don't like either one?
Well, if I could show you what I feel should be done, the least amount of impact, in my opinion, would bring the road west of Gibson and east of Symmetry Homes, where there's no families impacted. So now you've got a plan. This section through Canyon Del Rio has been planned for and platted for years. Just like this South 4th Street extension has been, like Jim mentioned, 25, 30 years. Canyon Del Rio is platted, and now you're going to go through this subdivision. Or an alternate plan shows it going through that subdivision. Also makes no sense at all to me. If in fact you end up doing that, you still have to cross the Rio de Flag. I don't know what the means are construction-wise, whether that's culverts or whether that's a bridge. I don't know. I've never seen. But either way, whether you cross here or here, you're still going over the Rio de Flag. Here you impact no existing homes. This route impacts existing homes. This route impacts existing homes and families.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you for your question.
Mm-hmm. Joan Abbott.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I ditto everything that's been said here. Harold Ranch Road is really dangerous in the wintertime. People park their cars on the side of the road, and I guess they walk through the water to get home. But it is a traffic hazard when people can't get through that river. And having an alternative way, I am in favor of the original alignment, because there's hundreds of people that are impacted by that terrible road that maybe you guys don't know about. But it often, I mean, some years it'll flood 4 or 5 times. Then we'll go 2 or 3 years without flooding. But it has flooded, you know, an average of once a year over the last 30 years that I've lived out there. I live on River Valley Road, and I own 2 pieces of property. One is in the city, so I'm one of the little long rectangular, I don't know how to do this. I own this piece here, and then my home is right here. And I have built my backyard which would be 50 feet, appears to be 50 to 100 feet from this massive road. And I built it as my own personal paradise. I do share it. I have memorial services there and hospice care. People come to have relaxation there. And there's also, this is a huge riparian area and animal corridor. The wildlife is outrageous back in here. So it would be a huge impact on the animals. It just doesn't make sense. There is an endangered species, or it's considered a sensitive plant on the endangered species, which is the Arizona clematis. I don't know if that has been addressed here, that you've had an environmental impact statement. And I just, we're all shocked that you would do this so quickly. And I just want to also add that I happen to have heard, I don't know if this is true, that the owner of Peak Design happens to live on 4th Street. So we're all wondering why it's suddenly changed. Why you suddenly changed a plan that we bought. I could have bought on 4th Street. I knew about it, so I built my little wonderland as far away from 4th Street traffic sound as I could be. And now it's going to be in, 20 feet away from where I relax. So I am not in favor of the new alignment. I would like to see the original one stuck with. Oh,
Thank you.
and I wanted to comment, the term smart city is one that makes use of roads that are already here. I put one in the middle of a riparian area. All you have to do is make the one you already have better.
Thank you, Joan. Rick Natenberg.
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, council members, I am Rick Natenberg. I live at 2150 South River Valley Road. I've owned the property out there since 1981. Seen a few changes. In 2018, the voters did approve 419. It was a specific alignment. It even had an attachment on the proposition showing the alignment at the time. So the funding and the studies that have gone into that alignment over the last 4 years seem to be dismissed out of hand almost. And like everybody else has said, this new alignment seems to be jammed through pretty quickly. There was common knowledge that 4th Street was going to be hooked up with the extension of J.W. Powell prior to 2018. But even if you just look at 2018, there were 12 parcel purchases from 2018 along the 4th Street alignment. That's 12 parcels out of 19 total parcels on the original alignment. Those owners, if they didn't do their due diligence, ignorance is no excuse. If they did do their due diligence, they would have seen the alignment was coming down 4th Street. They either shrugged it off, or they thought we will wait and maybe as it gets closer, try and pressure the council into changing the alignment after the fact. I mean, it does seem as though these 19 contiguous property owners kind of waited till the last minute to go on and exercise their opinion. I would say for Mr. Peterson, he only showed the pros on the realignment, the alternative alignment, and nothing has been said about the flooding. This is not a floodplain. This is a floodway. And the federal government controls what is allowed in floodways, and in fact, there are not allowed any water obstacles. So we're talking a bridge. Mr. Peterson said it would be it would save money. We are talking about a bridge, 300 feet of floodway, and then climbing the escarpment of Little America's land on the east side. To me, that seems an additional unnecessary expense. And like everybody else, what's the hurry with this thing? Why did it get jammed through in 8 months after all these years? Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Rick. Maris Fissler?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you for your time. I'm Maris Fissler. I live on 701 South 4th Street. I bought the property in 2001. Actually, let me back up. I apologize for the late night email if you got it last night when I sent you an email that this is actually the first that I've really been involved in this, even though I've been out there since 2001. Not anything that Mr. Peterson's team has done, but there's been some, we'll call it a glitch, and I haven't been involved in this. I haven't had a one-on-one. I haven't had any information given to me. I haven't been invited to any of the open houses, any of the council meetings. So, like I said, I bought in 2001. I took the regional plan at that time. I looked at it, I studied it. I looked at the road. I bought the property because the road was coming through. I planned everything that I was doing when I built my house by hand, based on that road coming through. I built my house 400 feet off the road, intending for the road to come through. Every decision I've made on the property has been waiting for that road, waiting to get services from the city, waiting to get a paved road, water, sewer, whatever is going to be available. You talk about a smart city, it's a dumb city out there. We don't have anything. I barely have dial-up speed out there. We're never going to have fiber. And I'm an IT guy, so I geeked out when CJ was talking about it. But we're never going to see that. The other thing, we pay city taxes, we get no services. If this new alignment goes through, that's going to continue for another 20 years. We're not going to get anything for what we pay. I don't want to go through every item on my email that I sent you guys, but I would appreciate if you guys could read it before making a decision. There's the things that I'm hoping to get out of this today is one, that we stay with a long-term plan that we've all been building towards, we've been planning towards. It's been in the plan, it's been voted on, that's what we should be sticking to. And I suggest that we postpone of the vote tonight and wait until all of these other things that everybody's brought up has been studied. The floods, the wildlife, all of that stuff hasn't been studied as far as I know. I haven't heard it anywhere. And that seems to be, I think somebody else said it, it feels like this is just being pushed through. The first thing I saw when we were doing the change order, when I watched the video the other day, we were talking about spending $115,000 and adding 540 days. We're 200 days into that 540, and now we're making a final decision. Doesn't seem right. So I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Maris. Ed Farnham?
All right, thank you to the mayor and the council. My name's Ed Farnham. I own actually 2 properties down there. We did a split. Bought these properties in 1994. One property then, 28 years. I built our house personally in 2001, 2002, and back in 94. And since then, we've always heard about this 4th Street extension going through, and have planned on it, embraced it, look forward to it. I've ridden my mountain bike on the entire route many, many times. It's a fantastic, beautiful route. It's high ground. It has only, as far as I know, one significant bridge down near Butler. So I just want to go on the record saying I'm strongly in favor of the original alignment, the yellow route. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Kyle Maycumber? Cell 5.
Thank thank you for hearing me. I was back here in October last year. My name's Kyle. I live with my wife and kids on this corner parcel. It is on that treacherously steep road that everybody's referring to. That hill runs right next to my property. There are always people in the ditch. I spend a lot of time in the winter pulling people out. I guess I'm saying that to say that I think that everybody here has a personal stake in the game. Everybody here is feeling very strongly about this, and they should. People that are represented here tonight are owners of personal property, and so what happens to their personal property is very meaningful and impactful. I think there's a couple things to acknowledge. In the first place, the fact that there would be a consideration and a review of the plan to consider alternate options is commendable. That people aren't railroaded or ramrodded and just ignored with their concerns, especially as it pertains to personal property. That's very commendable. On behalf of even David Peterson's presentation early on with regard to the proposed reproposal, where he referred to them as bookends, that alignment would avoid a lot of those properties in the river valley there. I think also there's been other good arguments made with regard to the fact that this vote does seem a little bit premature, and maybe we have arrived at a conclusion. I think another just very surprising, happy thing is that the large property owners are considering alternatives to the original plan. That's very considerate, and it may be financially motivated, but that's business, and they're people too. I think that we just need to do our due diligence, and I would ask, please, that we do take the time that was voted on in October, that we do spend the money that was voted on in October, and continue this investigation and see if it happened once. Maybe there is a better solution. One more revisit to the agenda before it is acted on. And I just really appreciate your patience and your time.
Thank you, Kyle. Councilmember McCarthy?
So just to be clear, are you supporting the yellow route, the salmon route, or are you suggesting that we maybe look at a third alternative route?
So the unfortunate nature of this is that it pits neighbor against neighbor, right? I mean, and they're right in suggesting that that parcel with the red dot right there has been planned to have a road coming through. The road that is proposed, we are told in no uncertain terms in January of 2021 that it will be eventually 4 lanes, that it will take over 110 feet. And so 55 of that will come out of my yard. I'm losing over a quarter of my property. The road, as it's been designed, will be some 30 feet above my front door in my garage instead of cutting out the hill in front of it. So there are a lot of considerations. We've been told repeatedly that it's too costly to tie into the water and the sewer and the infrastructure that's going to come through my property, that my property will be taken from me if it isn't sold, that we will not have access to city services, that the cost of downsizing a pipe to a private residence service is too costly for each of those parcels. So I'm looking at losing property, not getting city services, even though the city's road is running right through my property. There's a lot to discuss. There's a lot to talk over. And I don't want to vote in favor. I don't want to throw my weight in favor of the orange alternate alignment because of what it's going to mean for my neighbors who are established there, and this wasn't part of their plan. But I guarantee you that the orange alignment, if we don't find a different solution, I understand looking at this plan that that orange alignment, that new alignment, is going to be far cheaper, far faster to build and put through than the yellow one. And that I'll fight. I'm going to fight. Whatever it's worth, whatever it gets me, I'm going to fight. So my suggestion, to answer your question pointedly after beating around the bush, is that we do explore the bookends proposal that was given to us in October, that there was a Route 1, Route 2 option. And I understand that could be difficult for Symmetry and Little America to arrive at a conclusion that's favorable for them financially also. But to move that road, a third option, to move that road further away from the river valley. And as far as wildlife, if you put the road in the red, you put the road in the yellow, all those elk are going away no matter what. They're going
All right.
away.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And
Thank
thank
you.
you for your answer.
Joan Miller? Or Joanne?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. My name's Joanne Miller. I live on 2100 South River Valley Road. My husband bought this property while getting his degree at NAU in 1978, when they first were dividing up the historic Harold Ranch, and he met Felix Harold. He was told then that 4th Street would in the future be connecting behind the Harold Ranch, and that it would be connecting to the airport and Lake Mary Road. I moved to Flagstaff in 1975 and moved to River Valley in 1983. I named the road River Valley with my neighbor at the time, Becky Pearl, in 1990. That area of 4th Street we are talking about was Forest Service until the city did a land swap. When they put that road in through there, the 4th Street that we're talking about, through the city, I called the city. I was told that the city's plan was to extend 4th Street through there. Homeowners who bought there were aware that that road was planned as an arterial road. The Rio de Flag is a riparian area. I have counted over 180 elk in there at one time. The elk graze and pass through there regularly. They have been grazing in that valley before there was a Flagstaff year-round. The geese migrate and live there during the winter. Eagles, hawks, osprey hunt in the valley. Lately, blue heron have been returning. When I first moved there were wild turkeys. They're no longer there. They haven't been for 30 years. The alternative proposed J.W. Powell Boulevard is in a flood zone. Since the city has been growing and water runoff has increased, it floods throughout the year. When I first moved out there, it only flooded in the spring. Now it floods whenever we get a good rain and snow melt throughout the year. The water is knee-high. My front yard turns into a lake. When my kids were young, I had to backpack them out, take my boat, cross the river, get on the road to take them to school. As Flag continues to grow, this area is going to be in the middle of town. It is more important than ever to preserve this area, have it be a green zone for the public to enjoy. Proposing to build a road up 6 feet and put a culvert is going to change the Rio de Flag riparian area forever.
Thank you, Joanne. And you are, just to confirm, you're in support of the original path?
Yes, I've been told many times it's been in the plan for probably 40 years. So, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Peter Berger?
Good evening, Mayor, Mrs. Vice Mayor, council members. Appreciate you having me here to speak. My name is Peter Berger. I'm president of Symmetry Companies. We did acquire the state trust land in partnership with Capstone Homes from the state land auction back in October of 2020. We are also the developer of Pine Canyon and the owner of the Pine Canyon Club. And, you know, I think our efforts here, and first let me start by saying I don't envy your position, and I certainly hear a lot of the community members and trying to find the best alternative solution for John Wesley Powell. speaking for myself, as we were looking at this with joint landowners, the real effort was to ultimately maybe find common-minded landowners that were okay providing right-of-way that wouldn't take away or require condemnation from other members. I think you mentioned that, Mr. Mayor, to begin, that that's what kind of stimulated that. So I think there's a really unique opportunity where you do have a consensus of larger landowners that would support this alternative alignment that works. You know, I think it's also an important distinction to maybe point out where the alternate alignment is going a little bit more north-south. That was also proposed to be a collector road. So it's not like this is putting a road where a road wasn't going to be. It's just a slightly different right-of-way section for John Wesley Powell versus the collector road. And I think it's also important to note that whether John Wesley goes through the original alignment or the proposed alignment, it still crosses the Rio de Flag. So I think all those considerations of wildlife, crossing of the Rio de Flag are all important and obviously need to be handled very carefully with the right studies and all that. And I think the commitment there is for all that. So it's not like adding a crossing that wouldn't be there if it wasn't the alternative alignment. So don't envy your position. I support the alternative alignment. I think it's a unique opportunity that hopefully we wouldn't be talking about 30 years from now. This road eventually going in, I think there's a common agreement amongst, you know, whether it's Juniper Point support, Cemetery, Gibson, NAU, Little American. I don't want to speak for them, but we've had conversation in Canyon Del Rio that they would support this alignment that would allow this to get in. I do think it's important for safety concerns to get the connectivity for circulation, for ingress and egress for sooner rather than later. Also think, you know, as you look at these things and getting these roads in for the city's perspective and the importance of that as the community grows, you know, inflationary costs. So timing, you know, it's been on the map for quite a while, but, you know, it does, you know, the sooner the road could get in, I think the community gets the benefit. And I do certainly want to listen to the neighbors too and their concerns. So appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy has a question. Yep, you're done, McCarthy.
Was that for me? Thank you for your comments. And I'll probably talk to staff about this a little later when it becomes appropriate. Would you be open-minded about, or do you have any comments about a route that would be to the west of both of the routes that are shown on the map? Something that might go through Cemetery's land, maybe go north of the Gibson piece.
We did study, appreciate that comment. We have studied, we've done high-level studies from a land planning perspective on the other two alternative alignments. I think we saw that maybe moved a little bit further to the west, I believe there. From our perspective, those create real development challenges within the development, topo challenges, some of the crossing when we studied it. We feel like this alignment or some slight version of this really kind of makes the most sense from how you impact where you cross the Rio de Flag and the future planning of the 400. So we support this, but we weren't in support of those other two alignments.
Right, so the other two alignments are problematic.
For us, it is, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other, thank you.
Brian Raton?
Brian Roten with Capstone Homes. I also own Canyon Del Rio, partners at Cemetery, and then at Juniper Point also. When we were first presented this, Canyon Del Rio wasn't part of the discussion. Canyon Del Rio, it's been stated, was planned in the 80s. And the city never looked at it as the ability to cross Canyon Del Rio. After I purchased Canyon Del Rio, the city came to us and said, hey, we have some real impacts on 4th Street South. Could we go through Canyon Del Rio? We have a plat, like was stated. We have our zoning. We're developing out there right now. Out of any parcel up there that's impacted, I think Canyon Del Rio is impacted the most. We looked at it. and really studied what the regional plan showed. And we noticed that the regional plan showed a collector along the north-south alignment west of River Valley right there. So it showed a crossing there, and it showed a crossing to the west as a collector, and then it showed Harold Ranch Road crossing, and it showed the crossing on the Brighton property where on the original alignment. We have studied wildlife, we've studied drainage, flooding, everything. I think that what's lost in this presentation that the city did that they actually have looked at is I don't think it's a zero-sum game where we're saying, hey, we're gonna, Canyon Del Rio is okay and has come to terms with John Wesley Powell crossing it and accommodating that. Brighton still needs access to property. They're still gonna need a paved road to their property. And the multiple owners on the 427 are still gonna need a paved road. But it's a lot easier to get a local paved road to serve those 107 parcels in there than a minor arterial up and down the escarpment on the 4th Street South alignment. By doing this alternate alignment, we were able to come up with a traffic scheme that allowed still paved access and everything that could be built in and safe access, not Harold Ranch Road access across the Rio to the multiple property owners that still comes off at Canyon Del Rio and it goes to Brighton, and replacing the collector that had to happen there on the alignment, the north-south alignment with the arterial, because Little America, us on the Symmetry Companies, Gibson actually has the property to give for that arterial street section. So I don't think it's a zero-sum game with all the owners in here. Obviously, like Peter said, there's a huge topo problem crossing on the more westerly crossings that when we studied those. Actually, on the floodway, where we are proposing it, is the most narrow crossing on the floodway in that section until you cross 100-foot canyon closer to I-40. So that has been looked at. I think there's obviously we can massage along there to lessen impact, but we support the salmon alignment and are open and willing to look at everyone's issues in there. Canyon Del Rio, I mean, I kind of
Sorry, Ren, we're actually pretty well over. I wanted to hear you out, but typically it's just 3 minutes per participant. So appreciate your commentary.
You bet.
Thanks. Christy Maycumber?
So I don't even have to move the map, it's still on our property. I'm Christy Maycumber, thank you for hearing us. My husband is Kyle. So my husband and I have saved for years to build our home, and we performed 70% of the construction ourselves. And we did that for our children. They have a safe place right now to drive down the driveway on their bikes, and in the wintertime you'll often see us sledding down because it's perfect for sledding, not necessarily for driving, but perfect for sledding. And so, thank you. Should I repeat all that? I'll be fast. Okay, so my husband and I saved for years to build our house. We built 70% of it ourselves. We built there for our kids. You'll often see them driving down the driveway on their bikes or sledding in the wintertime. Perfect for sledding, not for driving. Anywho, so the reason we did it is for safety. And so my concern is that if we have a complex multi-lane thoroughfare running there in my children's front yard, their safety is now at risk. For those of you with families, I would ask you to consider how you might feel in a similar situation. My most important job as a mom is the safety of my kids. And I don't want to pick an alignment. Obviously, the yellow one takes an acre of my property and the safety of my children. But I don't want to take the neighbors because I know exactly how you guys feel. It's a very
heart-wrenching decision, and I don't want to pin that on you. So I would obviously pick an alternate alignment out of them. I know maybe it's not feasible, but I am here for you guys, and I heard you, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Christy. Christina Talley?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Christina Talley, and I live right next to Kyle and Christy, right there on South 4th Street. Your collective wisdom and leadership resulted in additional funds being allocated to investigating alternative routes. There were good reasons for doing so back then, and those reasons are still valid. I believe everyone in this room has brought up really, really good points. The impact to existing homeowners is huge, and in some cases can be devastating to private property and families. Wildlife issue is a real one for any alignment. There's elk all through there, and the building is going to happen anyway, road or not. The houses are going to clear out the wildlife eventually. It's been brought up that we should have all been aware, those of us that have houses on 4th Street, of the road coming through. And we were, but not the large arterial that has been presented, 45 mile an hour, 4-lane kind of road, right? That was not presented to me when I bought that property. So if there's a way to minimize the impact to existing homes and route the road through undeveloped land, instead, I urge you to seriously consider that. It seems to make more sense to put in the road first, build houses around it, than to try to retrofit a road through an existing established neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christina. Andrew Richardson?
I'm hoping my voice doesn't crack from sitting there for 4 hours not saying anything. But thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members for the opportunity to speak here tonight. My name's Andrew Richardson, and I live on South 4th Street with my wife, our 8-year-old daughter, and some pet chickens. And I think this is us right here, across from the Maycumbers and just up from Chris Talley. So last fall, I spoke at the council meeting in favor of considering alternative routes for the J.W. Powell extension. I spoke up because my family and many of our neighbors were concerned about the environmental impacts of the original alignment, which had not, and I think still have not, been studied in any detail. We also had huge safety concerns associated with a lot of high-speed vehicle traffic running right past our house, and also issues of sustainability and challenges of Flagstaff meeting its climate action plan objectives, including reduced greenhouse gas emissions. I'm an ecologist and an environmental scientist, and I understand the environmental concerns of the River Valley Road residents. I love the birds and the large mammals we regularly see, and I hate to think what would happen to the herds of elk, which we see at our house too, though they're not just down in the valley. I hate to think what would happen to those elk if a road like this is built. So to be honest, I would like to see this road not be built at all along any alignment. But I would like to point out that my neighbors on South 4th Street, all residents of the city of Flagstaff, do not want to give up our land, our personal property, so that this major road can be built along the original alignment. It's not clear to me why a road that will bring a huge financial windfall to developers should be forced through the middle of a neighborhood that mostly doesn't want it there, a stone's throw, tens of feet from our front doors. And I would like to point out that my neighbor to the north right there, Darren Smith, I think that he's going to have a 20-foot retaining wall in front of his house and something like 20 feet from his doorstep to the edge of the road. So it really is a stone's throw that this road will be. It'll be very disruptive to our life. I understand the impacts to the River Valley Road community of this alignment, but we would face similar impacts ourselves. So I agree with the idea of designing the road in a way that houses can be built around it, rather than the road going right through existing developments. I think it's worth exploring additional routes, as Kyle suggested, especially one that does not pit neighbor against neighbor. I have never met most of the people on River Road, but it makes me really sad to hear us sort of like, it has to go here, it has to go on your land, no, it has to go on your land. And I just, I think we all share similar concerns about the importance of those ecosystems. And it's not like putting the road here versus here really solves a lot of those concerns. That said, out of my own personal interest, I would vote for the alternative, but I would hope that an even better alternative might still be found. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Andrew. Jonathan Southworth?
Hello, my name is Jonathan Southworth. I'm the son of Ryan Southworth, who spoke earlier today. Full transparency, I originally was going to come here and speak in favor of the original alignment. Now, having heard everyone's unique perspectives, I think that we need more time, more than anything else, because only having 12 days and having everyone rush here in that time has not given us time to research, has not given us time to talk to each other beforehand, and it's really sad to see us just be here arguing. Now, there are certain reasons why I think the original alignment is important to consider that some infrastructure is built there, namely that for 40 years, some sort of paved road has been promised there. And some people are depending on that, but the four-way seems perhaps excessive in that specific area. Alternatively, the salmon route, as people who live there have said, is in a flood zone. And we appreciate the expertise and research that has been put into that, but it does not seem practical as a solution to the problem that we're facing from our perspectives. In both cases, I don't think that this protects and enhances the quality of life for all, which is part of the mission of us all being met here today. Additionally, building it through so much nature would destroy the unique character of Flagstaff. I know that hundreds of people come through this area specifically for hiking and biking and seeing the elk, and having that disappear because of this infrastructure, that is a serious con that needs to be considered. Additionally, I think that the 12 days that the small property owners were given to know about this alternate route is not transparent. So it's a tough problem to solve, and I empathize with everyone here, but I think we just need more time to consider if this is really the best way to solve this problem of congestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Jennifer Kodlik?
Hello, I was not planning on speaking, but you all inspired me, so thank you. And it's good to be here. Thank you for this information. I do have a lot of questions, actually. So that's part of why I'm speaking, is because on the map, what I've seen presented, I have one major question about with the potential alternate route, the salmon route they're talking about, would there be any kind of extension to connect or bypass the river for all of the community members that live in the small parcel off of that alternate plan? Is that something that maybe, David, I'm not sure that's been answered? Can I ask that?
Yeah, I'm for it, if you can.
Is there, where's the? Use the mouse. Okay. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. So the idea of collectors has been discussed with the team, and they're supportive of collectors being in the network, but what the caveat to that is there's no funding for a collector. So a collector is a smaller road that would be servicing, like if we, let's say for example, we built the salmon line. At someday down the road later, we might build a paved road that would be the yellow line, a smaller road, a collector road, not a minor arterial. Is that fair, Jeff? Okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I just needed clarification on that because that's never been pointed out on any of this presentation. And my biggest concern is about safety. Having lived out down on Monroe Street for 22 years and appreciating what everyone has said and exactly what the last few people have said, the awkwardness of pitting neighbor against neighbor to make this vote. My concern has always been safety. As another, I was glad to hear about the emergency room physician that lives back here. I've had so many encounters of dangerous situations. We've had floods where, as a nurse at the hospital in the ER, I've had to care for people who made the decision to traverse the river and ended up in the emergency room hypothermic. Years ago, this has happened. During fire evacuation, it's not safe getting out of where we live. So my number one concern is safety for us to exit and enter our neighborhood. It's always been a concern. Essentially, I had those questions about the bypass or the connector, as he's saying, because that might address some of that. The other concern is about the timeline when everyone has said, yes, there was an awareness a year ago with the October, but I don't think it was communicated effectively to all of the people out there because it sounds as if certain people knew and presented and a lot of people didn't know. And then this most recent development with the River Valley neighborhood, having 12 days notice does not seem nearly enough as well. So it just, as everyone is recently saying, more time. Let's look at all of the options because everyone's concerned about their family and their kids and their property. I mean, the concerns are emotional. Everyone feels really passionate about what's going to be best for their own situation. And certainly we need more time, it seems to me. My original thought has always been knowing about the original plan as a connector from 4th Street to South 4th Street, and that has been in the master plan. We did see that years ago, so that would be my vote. However, I care about my neighbors and everyone's concerns here, so thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will go to online public participation.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first public participant is Peter Birch. Peter, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you would like.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members for giving me the opportunity to speak. My family owns the property that's designated as Brighton in the map, just east of Canyon Del Rio along the original alignment. We've owned that since, I believe, about 2003, so just shy of 20 years. It's vacant land, 57 acres. A lot of it's in the floodway. We knew that when we bought it. And we knew about this alignment when we bought it, and we've contacted Brian Rotund with Canyon Del Rio and in the city of Flagstaff every 6 months or so to see if anything was happening with the 4th Street improvements. And, over 20 years, nothing's really happened. And obviously Canyon Del Rio, like you said, was planned in the 80s and is just now getting underway. Seems that obviously things happen slowly, and I understand the concern for asking for more time, but it seems that that's always the solution because there's always people on either side. It makes most sense to me that you would not impact the small property owners and go through larger property owners that have the ability to give the right of way. I understand all the concerns, but looking at from a macro level from the city of Flagstaff's perspective, I think the alternative alignment makes the most sense. So I am in favor of the alternative alignment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public participant.
Mayor, our next public participant is Ed Shaw. Ed, if you could please go ahead and unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you would like.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing us to speak tonight, on this sort of contentious issue. As a point of reference, Kathy and I live in the Forestdale neighborhood on Ash Lane. So that's the county parcel to the east of the 4th Street road there. And so, to be honest, like this, neither one of these proposals is directly in our backyard. That being said, I did provide written response in support of the alternative plan. And after hearing the various feedback tonight, maybe I would characterize that more as supporting an alternative plan. I would say that in the 30 years that we've lived in the neighborhood, the 4th Street alignment has been on the table since day one as far as we're concerned. Back then, 4th Street was a 2-lane road. I don't even know if J.W. Powell existed back then, maybe a driveway to that rural property back there. So I think the assumptions were a little bit different when we first started talking about a 4th Street alignment. Today, what we're talking about with a 4-lane arterial truck route is a very dividing feature that would run through the center of this rural property. And that's really where my biggest rub is that 40 miles an hour, whether it's 2 lanes or 4 lanes, it's considered an arterial. It'll be a truck route, major trucking route between the airport and the east side of town, travel between the east side of town and the new hospital when that's built. And if that runs along the 4th Street alignment, there will be many neighbors in this neighborhood where their driveways merge directly onto that major arterial. And I don't see too many examples of that around. As I look at what we consider other arterials in Flagstaff, you don't have driveways just merging directly onto Butler in too many places, or 89, or even J.W. Powell for that matter. So that's really, that safety aspect is really what has me concerned for the Forestdale neighborhood and the division of running such kind of a high-speed roadway through the middle of what's really a rural neighborhood. These houses, the roads are dirt, the driveways are gravel, we're hauling our water, we're raising horses and farming, and just having, you know, such a major arterial bisect the neighborhood, I think is bad for the neighborhood. And it's for that reason that I really voted in favor of the alternative plan. And maybe today I would characterize that as in favor of an alternative plan, because I do agree with what others have said. You know, it's a lot easier to build the road first and then have people surround the existing roadway. And, you know, I wouldn't want to burden my neighbors down on River Valley Road with it any more than the people on 4th Street with it. So given the
Thank you, yes.
Given the choice of 2 evils, you know, I will choose the alternative alignment.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next public participant, please.
Mayor, we have an attendee labeled Flagstaff City Council. If you would like to go ahead and unmute yourself and address Mayor and Council, you may at this time.
Hi, my name is Ruth Neliborski. I live in the Forestdale subdivision. I'm actually on the corner of Ash Lane and Forestdale. I am in favor of the original route that they had planned. We have known that this is going to come through. I'm sorry my neighbors above me have built their homes so close to the road that they're going to be affected by this. But I have lived out there for, like I said, 40 years. The road in and out, whether it be summer or winter, is extremely dangerous. I lived out there when Flagstaff had the major flooding in the Rio, and we were home for a week because we couldn't get to town. We definitely need access in our subdivision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next public participant.
Mayor, I do have 3 other people online, but they have not indicated that they would like to speak.
Okay, well, with that, we can turn it internal with council for questions and discussion.
Mayor, I do have Jim Hill from Little America who just raised his hand.
Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
Give me just a quick moment. Jim, you should be able to go ahead and unmute and address Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please proceed.
Greetings all. Sorry for struggling with the technology a little bit here. It's nice to be with you. My name's Jim Hill. I'm the Vice President of Development for Grand America Hotels and Resorts. That's the parent company of Little America. So I've been working on behalf of the holding family and the ownership relative to the other large landowners. And anyway, Mr. Mayor and council members, I appreciate having this time. I appreciate the collaborative effort here and hearing kind of all the concerns. I wanted to express support for the salmon alignment. I've been working with Brian Roton, Peter Berger, some of the city staff and others to consider that. It does go roughly along, I think roughly along a collector road alignment that's was kind of in the previous plan. We don't have like immediate development needs or a sense of urgency on it, but we do want to be here, kind of try to be part of the solution. So also, I think I've heard brought up the notion of like a more westerly alignment. We're not supportive of that. I think just somewhat similar to everyone expressing concern about not being wild about kind of running a relatively high-speed, large road through the middle of their property. I think at a macro level, we share a similar concern. So, and that's really all I had to say. Happy to answer any questions if it's helpful.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. Any other participants?
Mayor, we do have one more that has indicated that he would like to speak. Darren Smith, please go ahead and unmute, and you may address mayor and council.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and City Council, for listening to me. My name is Darren Smith. I own the property on the corner of 4th Street and Harold's Ranch Road. So our property here would be impacted pretty drastically from the original alignment. I've been here for about 8 years, and I was aware of it and told by the city at the time that it'd be coming through, although I was told it would be a much smaller road than what they are proposing. And I realized that it's going to start off small and eventually expand, or maybe be 4 lanes at the very beginning. My biggest concern with the original alignment is the fact that it'd be about 45 feet off of my front door, and there would be about a 12-foot high retaining wall from there. The city would have to purchase or steal about 36 feet of my property in order for the road to go in, and they would force me to create an easement on my neighbor's property for my driveway. Although I don't know what the best solution is. That's your guys' I guess, job to figure out. The original alignment to me is a no-go, considering that it puts a highway 45 feet off of my front door. So I would be voting for any sort of an alternative route compared to the original one.
Thank you, Darren. Is that our last public participant?
Mayor, that is the last person online who has indicated that they would like to speak.
All right, and we have one more card here, Vicky Shepard.
Thank you for taking my last moment when I got the nerve to do this. I don't speak well in public. However, I came wanting to vote for the alternative because I live right next to Ed Shaw in the eastern part of the county. When we moved there in '95, we knew there was a road coming through someday. We had no idea that it would be this large. A 2-lane road was all that was envisioned at that time. J.W. Powell did not exist at that time. I honestly thought, well, and they were telling us it would be a lot of years, and I thought, well, then the ambulance can get to us by then, it'll be okay, you know. But this is not okay. This is not okay to go through the 4th Street. I'm sorry the people that moved there didn't get any better information than we did, but I think the city's changed what they thought they were going to be doing through there. Or all these real estate people have lied to all of us during all this time, which might be a problem. So now we move it over to...
Sorry, Vicki, could you speak into the mic a little better?
I'm sorry.
No problem. I just want to make sure everyone can
So
hear
now
you.
we move to the alternate, which I came ready to vote for. And because it's further from my house, I'll have less impact. Well, that's a nice selfish thing to think, but I know that the Wisemans have lived there forever. And I don't even know about all that section at the end of that road because it's a no trespassing road because they don't want a bunch of traffic. It's their sanctuary. But I do know that the Rio comes down and floods and has this plain where all the wildlife get nourishment from. They've got to avoid the freeway. They go there and then cross down into the lower elevations when they need to. This is Flagstaff. And Flagstaff is for nature and for the environment and for keeping clean air. And I'm learning now that the development is why we're having to give this up in this little niche of Flagstaff. Forestdale itself is in a little valley, you know. And yes, we're not all poor, but we all live without the services that other people live with. We haul our water, or we have it hauled to us. I see a plan that could go up through Symmetry, above Gibson, and yes, cross the Rio at some point away from the people that have lived there all those years, cross the Canyon del Rio, and then go up Harold Ranch. Why can't we do that? Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. All right, with that, we are done with the public participation section. I'm sure we'll have some questions here of staff, but want to have council members open it up if they'd like. Go for it.
Okay. Well, early on this evening, someone says, why are we here? You know, why are we even talking about an alternate route? And the reason is because a few months ago, whenever it was, we had a whole room full of people that says they couldn't handle the original route, the yellow route, for the reasons we've heard tonight. You know, it's a residential area. They don't want a 4-lane road going through the middle of their property. I presume that limiting this to a 2-lane road is off the table because eventually, whatever route we choose, we'll need 4 lanes at some point. I guess I had some questions about the wildlife impact if we go with the salmon-colored routes. And I guess one of my questions is, well, are there wildlife corridors going through this area? And say we did not develop that salmon corridor, I presume that it would be developed and it would impact the wildlife. You know, can someone on staff answer that? Mr. Know-it-all.
Oh, no.
And I mean that as a compliment.
I have knowledge because of that team that I introduced earlier, so I'm one small cog. I can say that in the 30% design, we have met with nation experts with Arizona Game and Fish. They have supplied collar data, and it resounds exactly with what you've heard tonight. It's an impressive amount of wildlife that's in this area. We've discussed underpasses, wildlife fencing. We've had exhaustive conversations on that. We are, again, in the 30% design, so we have plans to continue engaging them and looking at wildlife. No more accurate data than what's presented here by these parcel members that see them every day. So it's one thing to look at collar data, which is valid. I'm not discrediting Arizona Game and Fish. They have wonderful data. But it's something that needs to be investigated further as we go further along in design. So again, we're at the 30% design level with the original. The alternative alignment, we have contract to go to 30% design of alternative alignment as well. So in the scope of that, there was natural resource protection, which encompassed, I believe, some wildlife component, but there is no funding in there yet for, or asked for wildlife studies. Does that help, Councilmember McCarthy?
Yes, if we didn't build the salmon route, someone tonight said, and I don't remember who it was, that there would be a collector street put there or approximately in that area. So I guess I wonder, you know, would it really help wildlife if we didn't choose that route? Because, you know, they may build a road and work whatever anyway.
Yeah, and maybe if it's going to the plan, I could maybe have Jeff or Sarah speak to the regional plan on this map. But showing on the map here is the collector coming up for part of the alternative alignment here, and then Harold Ranch Road going up here. So in the long-term plan, yeah, there is planning for an collector to be supplemental to this Marner arterial. But again, want to emphasize that that's not funded. So if there's a final alignment that's constructed, we would have to find another funding mechanism to fund a collector network that would supplement that.
All right, so it kind of sounds like we have three options. One is the, what was it, the yellow route, going back to that slide.
I'm gonna go this way. There we go.
Yeah, the yellow, the salmon, oh, well, there you go. And, or something similar to the light blue or the dark blue. So those are the 3 or 4 options. Now, we've heard people speak on to each one of those options, and some people hate each one of them, and some people love each one of them. My gut feel is that it's not appropriate to put a road on the yellow route, and it's probably not appropriate to put one on the salmon route for various reasons. There went the screen again. So I guess I'm wondering, I want to challenge the engineers, Julie and friends, to maybe look at an alternate route, something like one of those blue routes. And I don't know if that can be done tonight, but I think one thing I like about that idea is that if those parcels are not planned yet, this road could be kind of integrated into the future plans with the knowledge that, you know, whoever builds there will know that the road is there. So I don't know if that's practical, but that's kind of like what I would like to see. And so either go for that or challenge me to why it can't be done. I did hear that the topography is not conducive, but, you know, like I said, every route that we've considered, someone says it won't work. So I think we have to challenge ourselves. That's my thought. And if I'm wrong, let me know. Is Julie going to come up? I see her
Julie,
leaning forward.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was already signaling to her that, yeah.
Hi,
Good
Julie.
evening, Mayor, members of council. So we have done preliminary engineering before we even came to you to talk about the bookends, so the green and the blue alignments. We did the preliminary engineering to say enough to be able to say this is feasible, which is the same level that we took the salmon, to enough that we know it's feasible to present to you for decision making. What is really driving that salmon line is the request of the developers to move it as close to their eastern property boundary as possible.
So what you're saying is that developers may not like that idea of going through the middle of the land. And on one hand, I can understand that. But what you're saying is from an engineering viewpoint, it could be done. You know, and I hate to say this, but I would think that a major road going through a new development would be an asset, and as opposed to a liability, because it would make access to their future developments more practical. And of course, it's more of a direct route, which means less driving distance, which is good for the environment, et cetera. So I would challenge that we would, I don't know if we could do it tonight, probably not, but that we go back and take the time to look at a different alternative route.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Aslan?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. Councilmember McCarthy, spoiler alert, I'm going to end with pretty much the same recommendation that you just had. I do want to take a moment to address all the people who showed up to the meeting tonight. I always love to see the public engaging in this process, and I hope that you feel empowered, and I hope that your voices are heard. I have certainly heard you, as I heard the previous group. I'm sorry I'm not there with you in person. I'm at home tonight out of an abundance of caution. But it's really important to me that your voices are part of the mix here, and I think it may have an impact on the process. So yeah, I really don't like this. I don't like this idea that we're pitting neighbor against neighbor, and I'm certain that our city planning team never intended to do that. It is true that we're looking at this new alternative because we heard the last group of residents speak, and I was very uncomfortable pressing forward without getting some more options on the table. I don't think this option is any better. And my point of view on that has changed this evening because we're hearing the same concerns from new people, and that's not addressing the original concern that we had in my mind. So I would like to see a solution. Oh, thank you. I very rarely get an applause. I'll take it. Here's the thing. You know, I did not vote for this extension, and I wouldn't have suggested that we bookend this if I was a part of the original planning process. If there were 6 other Austin Aslans up there on the council, though, I'm not sure that a unanimous vote. I'm not sure there's much we could do to keep all of this from going in. Flagstaff is going to grow. We need to grow smart. This is an appropriate area for Flagstaff to expand. And we do need a network of roads in there. What I don't want, there's 2 things I don't want. I don't want this road to dictate what happens near residents because we are catering to the needs of cars and traffic. And I don't want this road to dictate what happens to residents because the needs and wants of developers are being more loudly heard than the needs of residents. But that doesn't mean there's any villains here. You know, we're all trying to figure out the best path forward, and that's a literal and a figurative phrase. And I think we can find a solution. So I would like to see us go back to the drawing board again. You know, maybe this purple path or the green path is the right way to go. I'm very concerned about what I've heard about wildlife issues. I think there should be an environmental impact statement done. I think we need to invest in that. I know that may slow things down, but I think it's important. I also want to make sure that the needs of the Arizona Trail Association are being heard and taken into account all throughout this process. And I hope that our friendly developers that are with us tonight are hearing me say that. I'm grateful to staff for putting the map in there that showed the path of the Arizona Trail. I have through hiked the entire Arizona Trail. And what I will tell you is there are very few to none, if I recollect correctly, areas where the trail literally goes through neighborhoods. And it would be unfortunate and embarrassing and shameful if the first part of the Arizona Trail, where hikers had to deal with literally a traditional family home neighborhood, was here in the Flagstaff region. That would be very unfortunate to me. I think it's also unnecessary for the bypass, the equestrian bypass, to become the standard route, which takes things way to the east. So I'm kind of rambling at this point. I have a lot of thoughts. I'm trying to get through them all. But what we've come, I like the idea of one of these, maybe the orange or purple, or I'm sorry, the purple or green line. Maybe there's another alternative in there too. I would like to see an environmental impacts statement done on this, even if it's not mandatory. I think out of abundance of caution and a sense of due diligence, that needs to happen. I don't think that we should throw one set of residents in the blender here just to spare another set of residents. That's not how I want to do this. And I want to side with the residents over the developers, not because the developers are doing anything untoward or unnecessary. You provide a very necessary function in our community, and I'm grateful to you. But that's how I would want a council person to side with me as a resident if I were in some of these situations. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you everyone who waited to speak tonight. It's been a long one. So I've lived off Harold Ranch Road 2 different times. I know the area very well. I actually did have an accident when there was bad weather, so I understand. I came tonight honestly thinking the alternative route, of course, because knowing what I know, I would not want a road going through my area that I lived in. However, you all brought great comments, and I'm taking them to heart. And I think at this point, I do support going back to the drawing board. I see some middle ground here. I think we can do it. And I would like to see another option presented. And I thank staff. I thank everyone who's here tonight. This is not easy, but this will shape Flagstaff for the future. And I think it does take some thoughtful time. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. McCarthy?
Yeah, just a quick comment. Adam Shimoni couldn't make it tonight, so I'll make a comment for him. He's a bicycle advocate. As a driver of a car, to go an extra mile or so is insignificant. But if you're on a bicycle, an extra mile is a lot. So I would think, say, the green route or the dark blue route would be much better than the other 2 routes on the map for bicyclists. Green. All right. I said green or blue, so whatever.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. I'll chime in here. When we discussed this back in October, we really were looking for that green, somewhere in between that green and blue route. I really appreciate all the work that went into talking with the large property owners and trying to find something that was going to be amenable. But it does seem like we're kind of going back to where we were back in October, which was looking for a route in between that green and blue lines. I know that's not going to be very good news for NAU in particular. I know that this is also not going to open up as much land as otherwise would because we do need homes. We need them. And it does take developers to make those homes happen. And we are mandated to build a road. We are required by law. So what I'm getting at is I'm hearing all the voices and everything that's going on, and I would like to go back to what we were thinking on in October 2021, which is exactly what Councilmember McCarthy and Councilmember Aslan have stated, which is a more westerly route. City Manager.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we're having a very informed discussion. There are parameters and constraints here that I don't think have been well articulated, and it's not just a matter of going back to the drawing board. We have development occurring by right, approved by the city council, by the city, at the Canyon del Rio. That development is at a point of making a decision as to whether to develop with the original corridor as set forth in the regional plan or making a change. There's been a lot of comments tonight about what's the rush. Well, we were given a directive, we the staff, in October to go back to the drawing board and look at a new alignment. So we have done that. We've endeavored hard to do that. And we were successful in getting the large parcel owners together on several occasions to talk about alternatives. The window will close on those alternatives because we have pending development, and you cannot ask the developer who has a use by right at this point to develop plans that have been approved by the city to stop. Infrastructures needs to be built, houses need to be built. That development has been approved, and I do not want to speak for the developer, but I can tell you with certainty that he's at that crossroads and a decision needs to be made, either to change the alignment or to develop as approved. And you can see it, it's very visual on the map. Either the route goes on the north-south alignment as depicted in the regional plan, the original alignment, or it doesn't. So I just, as is always the case, it's terribly much more complicated than we think it is here. And we can't stop approved development. We can't change the regional plan and say the connector doesn't need to happen. All of these things have been put into motion a long time ago, and here we are. So we can't go back in time. We can't change the plan, and we can't stop the development. We at the staff will gladly go to the pleasure of this council, serve the pleasure of this council. We'll go back to the drawing board and we'll see what we can do. But I'm just sharing with you, there are constraints here that go way beyond the context of the conversation that has occurred tonight.
Councilmember McCarthy.
So, Mr. City Manager, you make some excellent points that we definitely should consider, so thank you for that. I presume that Canyon del Rio really needs an answer now, or very soon, very, very soon. That's in effect what you're saying in particular. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
So one option we could say is the alignment through Canyon del Rio will be what the green line is on that map, and the details of it west of there can be negotiated. Now, I see that certain people are shaking their head no in the back row. He's, okay. So just for the benefit of the public, the person in the back is saying the orange through the orange. I don't see an orange line. I see a salmon line. Yeah, well, okay, so we could agree to, tonight, to the salmon through the Canyon del Rio, and then the details west of there would be worked out.
Ma'am, at this point, we are in council discussion here, so. Ma'am, we're in the middle of discussion. This public participation is over at this point. Public participation has ended, ma'am, and we need to be able to continue our conversation. Thank you, ma'am. With that, we are at what Councilmember McCarthy is suggesting, just to recap, is that the salmon-colored line would go through the Canyon del Rio location, and then the alternate would be considered from that western border to decide if, in what direction, whether south or west, we are moving from there. Is that, am I recapping that correctly?
Yes.
All right. Well, council. See, I am a little concerned about how quickly we're making this decision. I am. We don't have all the facts. We don't have the environmental study. What was given to council is 12 PowerPoint presentation slides, which does not cover the breadth of all the many, many hours of work and considerations and discussions that it took to get to this point. So I'm just saying that out loud, that I feel a little uncomfortable about making a solid decision tonight based on information that, again, even you brought up, city manager, after all of this discussion, and that's kind of things that I would like to, be more aware of on those timelines before making these kinds of decisions or feeling rushed to be making them. I don't think we've gotten enough information. I don't feel comfortable making that decision of saying that we absolutely will do an alternate route tonight. Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I essentially want to echo that statement. Originally, if I was asked my opinion, it would have been to pursue one of either the green or blue. And now understanding that there's more information, there's deeper levels of detail that maybe were not part of the presentation tonight, I don't feel comfortable making a decision on either the yellow or the salmon based on the information that we have here tonight. I had major concerns in the presentation of the salmon line regarding A, what was originally voted on, and B, the suggestion that with the proposed alignment, there would be limited or no road infrastructure in areas that very seriously need it. And so those are two major concerns, as well as the concern regarding wildlife and other studies that I think are very much needed in regards to the salmon line. So that's where I'm at this point, is I don't feel comfortable rushing to a decision. And I certainly feel that there needs to be more study done before we reach a decision on that. Part of me wonders why it could not be the salmon line to the point of the blue line and then the blue line carry forward through. And I understand the developer is saying that won't work. And my question is essentially, why not? I don't know that there's time for that to be answered tonight, but I certainly would want to have more detail on that question.
Thank you, Councilmember House. What are we looking at for timeline is my question. I think we need more information. I don't want to just kick this can multiple times down the road. But when do we need to make sure this happens before building by right is going to occur? And then we are out of options, and then the only option, if we wait too long, from what I'm hearing, the only option would then be the original. If we do not do it quick enough and building by right happens, and now we can no longer be going through the road, through the Canyon del Rio in that manner, if we wait too long, basically the original is the only option. Is that correct?
I think it's correct, Mayor. I'm really uncomfortable speaking on behalf of the developer. I'm here representing the city.
Yeah.
And I can't speak on his behalf. These are things I have heard, and I've been at the table, and I've heard them very clearly, is he is developing, he's moving south, he needs to make a decision. I was hearing this 2 or 3 months ago, and you know, I think I offer that up because two things explain the expediency of this. One, we were directed to move forward with a new plan, and so we did, expediently. Secondly, we have a bookend development here that's happening, and it's approved, and they're moving dirt, they're building. So we are happy to meet with the developer and see what the options are at this point. I just, back to my original statement, want to make sure we're all informed here as to what's going on, because it's a little more complicated. Frankly, it's a lot more complicated than as has been depicted. You know, talking about colored lines on a map is the easy part.
Yeah. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, let me provide a space for gratitude and profound acknowledgement to everybody who showed up in person, took the time to articulate their perspective by email. Everyone involved in putting together this alternative alignment, the consultants, city staff, and the group of developers who came to the table with positive intention and being part of the solution. Thank you. Let me also remind everyone that, you know, even before this plan was approved by the voters, which obligates us as the city to deliver this project, and this project has been specified in the regional plan that was also approved by the voters, this J.W. Powell extension is part of our current regional transportation plan, the Blueprint 2040, which is approved by multiple partners, the county, ADOT, NAU, and of course the city. I've heard a couple or more than a couple of times that funding is of course is finite, and there's no funding for that collector. Something collector. Sorry, it's been a long day. But also keep in mind that the city and its partners with MetroPlan have the leverage to seek state and federal funding to complete this project. So there will be state and federal dollars to seek and obtain to deliver this project. And I also appreciate with gratitude Mr. Clifton's comment that there's a window of opportunity here, and with Canyon del Rio, getting ready to pretty much break ground on on their development. And I appreciate the mayor's uh, concern or perhaps question about timeline. So I understand that we as a council need further information and more more insights, more factual information before we make a decision. However, if we are in a position to make a decision sooner than later, I would consider Mr. McCarthy's suggestion of can we at least agree on the alignment that runs through Canyon del Rio, and then and in the same breath go with Mr. Clifton's suggestion of meeting with the developers again, see if there's another option for the alignment that goes from Canyon del Rio and that corner of that where the salmon green and blue meets, and all the way to the city of Flagstaff property. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. We're 2 minutes from having to make a vote to continue. That's where we're at, because it's almost 9:30. All right. Honestly, I don't feel comfortable saying no to, I mean, if we're going to do that route, we're basically saying we will not do the original route. Yet we still don't know what this is going to affect wildlife in that riparian area that would otherwise be circumvented by the other route. We don't know how this is going to affect other landowners through that, carving out that new route, what that's going to mean for NAU, who I don't see here to be able to ask questions because we are taking now a route that's going to be miles away from the lot that they just purchased. And I mean, there's too many variables right now, to be honest, that I don't have enough information on. I just don't feel informed enough to make this large of a decision tonight. That's where I'm at. Councilmember McCarthy?
So are you suggesting that we postpone this discussion for 1 week and discuss it next Tuesday?
Tuesday is pretty packed.
Yeah. Well,
But
maybe
returning after the break when we can do our...
Maybe we need to have 2 meetings next week.
Yikes. Well, that's the thing. I just need more information. Even a week would be more helpful for me to make an informed decision. So I don't know where you're all at. My brain's getting a little mushy since starting, but Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you. I put a chat in that box, but your mind's on a lot of things here, as is all of ours. So I just want to take a moment to thank our city manager for bringing the additional context to this and for reminding us of some of the larger landscape to this conversation. I really do appreciate that. And I just want to reinforce, I want to make sure I'm heard. And my position is, everybody's coming to this in good faith. We all have, there's a bunch of parties who are greatly concerned about the impacts that this is going to have on their property and their quality of life. And that includes the developers. I would like to give our city leadership the opportunity to sit down with the developers and see what you guys come up with as quickly as you need to. I think the developers, I'm just going to trust that the developers at the table here have heard from the residents as well. And they realize the same thing, which is basically we've swapped one set of residents for another in how we're leveraging the situation. And there's got to be a better way to do this where we're not pitting those existing homeowners against each other. I just wanted to make that additional comment. And if we need to come back to discuss this more, so be it. It's important, and there's a lot of stakeholders here, and it's our duty to come to a consensus on this, whether it's perfect or not. And I just think that we all have new information about the concerns of everybody involved, and that a new conversation might result in some movement. And also, just to be clear, in terms of an environmental impact statement, that may not be necessary. I think that's something we should have done a long time ago. But if the developers can be moving forward by right, that's probably long ago sailed. I just want to acknowledge that. And City Manager, I trust you and your team to have a really good, fruitful conversation with the folks who need to be moving forward on their plans. Thank you.
Councilman McCarthy.
I suggest that we have a special meeting a week from tomorrow, Wednesday of next week, on the subject of. That would give staff some time to do some more homework, but also be respectful of the need to resolve this ASAP.
Councilman McCarthy, thank you. Others' thoughts at this time? It is 9:33. We need to make a vote right now to continue.
Actually, point of order.
No, we
Mr.
wait
Mayor,
until
yeah,
after
this
the.
is
Sterling.
right. This is Sterling jumping in. You wait until this item is finished, and then you make a decision. Somebody would have to make the motion to continue the agenda as posted. Thank
Okay.
you.
Cool. Thanks for keeping us on order. Yep. Gotcha. Sounds good. Well, then, I mean, this will be our third extra special meeting last week. But this one is, I do not feel comfortable making this decision tonight. But we need to make sure that the rest of council is available. We were expecting that Tuesday was our last day before going on break, so I don't know what others' vacation plans are or what anything else that's going on to be able to set up a special meeting specifically for this.
So maybe it
Oh,
could be.
and city manager will be gone as well. Yeah.
But his staff will be available. So it could be Monday, you know. The only reason
Monday's
I
4th of
said
July.
Wednesday is it would give staff 2 extra days to come up with answer some questions.
Well, I think most of it is just trying to communicate what's already happened and our discussion's already been made to us, because I know that there's been a lot of work in this. It just, I need that information to make an informed decision. So we are suggesting that we hold a special meeting specifically for this next week. Or, I'm just throwing this out there for discussion. I'm not, yeah. Councilmember
If we do
Sweet,
the
or
special
Vice Mayor
meeting,
Sweet.
I think we should direct staff on exactly what we need answered between now and then. I don't know if we've done that.
No. And 1 week seems like a very short amount of time to be able to do that and get all of our thoughts and questions and answered in that time. Honestly, my suggestion would be is that we kick this till right after break and pick it up in our first work session after the break.
I'll note that the developer is shaking his head no, as in hell no. Well, and the only reason I bring that up is that as a follow-up to the city manager's comment, that they have a vested right, they have the legal authority to proceed, and if we don't make a decision before they start proceeding, then the decision will be moot, because they will obligate certain pieces of land, possibly. I don't know if that's absolutely true, but it certainly seems to be.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. And that's the issue, so kind of we can explain what's going on here. The developer has by right the ability to build on that land. If he builds homes and so forth before we get to the decision for making an alternate route, that alternate route may not exist for us to do because houses have been built where our roadways were going to be. So that's kind of where we're at and why that's where the kind of the rush is here. Because if they start building, then we don't have a road to build, and then our only option is the original route, which it's. Could you do eminent domain over those houses? Now we're talking millions and millions of dollars.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Aslan.
Councilmember McCarthy, if you would like to make a motion that we hold a special meeting early next week, I will second that. And I'm hoping the developers understand that we're doing our best to give them an extra length of time to have some conversations with city staff and see if we can come up with something.
Sterling may have a comment on this, but since this is a work session, I believe, we don't make motions in a work session. But informally, it sounds like there's two of us that at least agree that having a special meeting next week would be appropriate. So maybe other council members could jump in informally.
I'm looking at my calendar. I don't know if a week is going to be enough time, but I'm willing to attend a special meeting next week in hopes that we have some more information. Again, I do think we would need to outline what information we need from staff so that they can come ready with exactly what we're wanting.
Yep. Councilmember House.
Yes, I'm in agreement with the Vice Mayor on that. I have a potential schedule conflict, but I would make it work for the sake of this meeting because I think this is a very important conversation. I do want to make sure that we're very clear on what exactly we're asking and looking for in terms of that additional information, and so that we can have that further conversation with the developer to determine what alternatives might exist.
Mayor, I'll just note that Monday is the 4th of July.
Yeah.
It's our nation's birthday. Happy birthday.
Yeah, we're talking Wednesday or Thursday. Okay. One of the things I want to, so let's list the questions that we want to hear from staff about. Number one, I would like to know.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, this is Sterling again. I apologize, but I
Yeah.
believe Councilmember Salas had her hand up.
Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon and Mr. Mayor. Yes, I would add my voice to making a commitment in having a special meeting next week to come up with a council decision on the alignment. And yes, let's proceed with the discussion on the specific instruction to staff on discussion points moving forward.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Salas. So one thing is, I would like to know regarding the disturbances to the natural environment. And we're going through a riparian area, but what is that comparatively to the original route, more southern? Is there a difference between the green line and the salmon line on there in terms of impact to wildlife? Secondly, I would like to know costs associated with some of these lines. I mean, are we talking, we need to build a bridge now? That's definitely going to be of concern. What are the dollars and cents with these options? So those are just a couple things. Personally, I want to go tour the location and take a look too. So, but that's on me. So, and aside from that, council, other questions that you would like addressed? Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree on those questions. I know the point was raised by the developer about the green and blue line potentially being in a floodplain. So I'm trying to understand which areas are taking that road through areas that are floodplains or floodways, either way. I want to know what exactly we're looking at in terms of that area.
Field trip. Yeah. All right. Other questions? Oh, also, when do we need to, well, no, we'll make the decision next week. I kind of would like to get an update on the Canyon Del Rio, but I'll figure that out on my own. We don't need to have all that. Anything else, council? Mainly, I want to learn more about what conversations have been had and discussions and negotiations, as well as the contact with the, what kind of outreach was done with the neighbors that are affected by this. I would also like to be aware of. So, anything else? Otherwise, I think we do have a majority to move forward with a special meeting next week. All right. Anything further? We can move on. Councilmember House.
Apologies, but I'm wondering if we can settle on the day, just because I am concerned with some of my prior scheduled commitments for that Wednesday, but Thursday I could definitely make work. I don't know if that works for other members of council.
Thursday works better for me. Wednesday, I'm pretty well booked.
Thursday works for me.
Yep.
Thursday works for me, fine.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to bring to the attention of council that we will not have a clerk available after 5 o'clock on Thursday.
Okay.
Due to vacations and other scheduling conflicts.
So, an afternoon meeting then.
We would need to be concluded by 5.
Okay.
Maybe we should meet at, say, 2 o'clock.
Yep.
Sounds great. Let's
Sterling?
start 4 o'clock.
Sterling, you have a
thank
comment?
You, Mayor, sorry. Yeah, I think there was a comment made that Greg will not be able to be here. I will not be able to be here. Kevin Finsel will be covering as acting city attorney while I'm away as well on vacation next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad that some people get vacations. That's awesome. What's that like? All right. Cool. I think we're pretty well set on that, and we can move forward here. Yeah, Thursday. All right.
So with that, Mayor, we would need a motion to continue the agenda as posted at this point.
So Thursday, did we set a time?
Thursday, tentatively 2 o'clock. How about that? Okay. With that, we do need to make a motion to continue if you would like.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we do not continue.
Okay, well, just know that if we do not discuss the next one, the Council Initiative Fund, this is our last opportunity to do so before the July 1st new fiscal year takes out that count, and that money goes straight to the general fund. I think we should be continuing.
That's fine. If I don't get a second, that's okay.
All right. Well, actually, it's the other way around. We have to vote to continue. So I move that we move to continue and finish the rest of the agenda.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, there was a motion made. Was there a call for a second? I know you indicated that it's the other way around, but Councilmember Aslan did put a motion on the table Was there a call for a second for that?
Nope. Do you want to withdraw your motion, Councilmember Aslan?
I guess it doesn't proceed anyway. Fine.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
I have a motion on the table, seconded by Vice Mayor Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, my motion carries. We're down to agenda item 13 of the Council Initiative Fund. This is the direction for City Council on the use of Council Initiative Fund for fiscal year 2021-2022. I asked City Manager to put this on the agenda because as we were discussing final budgets and discussing, hey, we're going to use the $500,000 or so to do particular projects, entities in our town that wanted something done like early child education, planning, Boys and Girls Club, etc., that we still had about $17,000 into an account that had to be spent before July 1st in accordance with what council would like to move forward with. To simplify the conversation, I would like to suggest that we would just stick to the items that we had already been discussing for the final budget, which included the $25,000 for early child education study, $35,000 Boys and Girls Club, additional funds to our care team, etc. So my suggestion is that we take that $17,000 and allocate it towards our care team to continue to doing their good work and hopefully make it simple to utilize those funds towards their purposes, however that may be seen, which could be, for example, extended hours, peer support specialists. I know we put some money into that. So that's just my suggestion now, if that is a reasonable request, and or potentially Boys and Girls Club, because I know there was no real controversy or anything like that when we were discussing it before. Councilman McCarthy.
I would support taking the 17 grand towards the care. It's a very good program, and maybe extending it into the night or whatever. We'll leave that up to the city manager, I would guess, but to the care team.
Vice Mayor.
And I do agree, when this discussion was coming up, that's where my first thought went. And we heard tonight that they do have some needs coming up, and I think this could help take care of that.
Councilman Rouse.
I'm in agreement with that as well, particularly with the conversation that we had earlier this evening and some of the specific needs that they reference coming up in terms of staffing or potentially extending their hours. I'd like to see us support that.
All right, we have a majority on that. Is there any concerns from finance or anything like that?
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Rassin.
I want to agree. I think it's fine to allocate that money to the care team. They certainly made a wonderful case for their value to the community this afternoon. I don't know that 17,000 is going to go very far in terms of extending their hours of operation, but they can always use the extra money for incidentals, and I'm happy to provide it to them.
Thank you. Well, that's also in addition to the additional amount we allocated for this financial budget, which,
of course,
does add up. So hopefully that'll be of good use. Any concerns from staff on that front?
Mayor, Council, Patrick Brown, your purchasing director. There's just a few guidelines that we need to make sure we're aware of. I do have a slide I was going to show, but I think I could do it quickly verbally. Mm-hmm. With it being year end, we'll have to have an invoice from the care team dated June 30, so it can be processed for June 30 funds.
Okay.
And then, of course, with the contract, we'll do an amendment to the contract to add those funds to it.
Sounds good.
So we're good.
All right, excellent.
Thank you.
That's one we buttoned up quick. Thank you, council. And then we are down to agenda item 14, public participation. Not seeing anyone at this time. Agenda item 15, informational items, 2 from mayor, council, and city manager, and future agenda item requests. Councilmember House, you want to start us off?
I have nothing this evening, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Nothing tonight, thank you.
I had some things, but I'm kaput right now, so Councilmember McCarthy.
I'm good for tonight.
Councilmember Aslan?
Nope.
And Councilmember Salas?
Monday is America's birthday. Happy 4th.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. With that, meeting adjourned.
Mr. Mayor, I had a comment in the chat. Just
Oh.
wanted to
Non-adjourned,
note-
city attorney.
That's okay. Just wanted to note for the record that we would need to have that amendment to the contract that Patrick Brown had mentioned from a purchasing perspective ratified at a later date by the council. Just needed to note that for the record. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, I gotta do it twice. Meeting adjourned.